The Subcommittee of the Whole on Supply will now come to order. We are meeting today to consider the estimates for the Department of Infrastructure and Housing as outlined in Resolution E12, which reads, resolved that a sum not exceeding $132,782,000 be granted to the Department of Infrastructure and Housing pursuant to the estimate. So I recognize the Minister of Innovation and Housing. You have 1 hour for your opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and warm welcome to my colleagues. This is actually my first experience with the Zoom format. I'm one of the fortunate ones that gets to be in the House in person every day. So I'll do my best to stay centered and hit the microphone. But if I miss it, Mr. Chair and colleagues, please give me a heads up and I'll adjust as quickly as I can. It certainly is a pleasure to be here today to speak with you as the first minister of the newly created Nova Scotia Department of Infrastructure and Housing. I welcome this opportunity to talk about the work we do on behalf of all Nova Scotians. Today, I've got a number of members of staff here with me. Diane Surrett is in and out, but I think she's doing double duties with transportation and transit. Martin Laycock, the acting chief operating officer of housing. Our deputy minister, Aaron Devereaux, is here as well. And I've got several COVID properly distanced teams in a number of different rooms within the Department of Housing here, all linked in remotely so we can get answers to you swiftly and efficiently as possible. And I would like to thank, I know on behalf of myself, but certainly on all members, I've heard you speak about the Department of Housing and the infrastructure staff. They do incredible work, and there's no politics or partisanship or any funny business. It's about helping people get housing and build our infrastructure. So hats off to them. And we all collectively, all MLAs of all stripes, take that opportunity to thank them every day. So I guess first I'll begin focusing on the details of the department's budget at the high level. So our estimated budget for this newly created department is $132,782,000. With the expenses as broken down as follows. Administration, $1.5 million, the infrastructure division, $23.5 million, and the housing division, $107.8 million. Since the department is new, I'll just spend a few minutes speaking about what we're here to accomplish, and we've set out to make sure that we manage on behalf of the government and Nova Scotians. The Department of Infrastructure and Housing designs and constructs public buildings and delivers housing programs, simply put. We have more than 300 employees with expertise in policy and planning, federal infrastructure programs, building project services, hospital redevelopment, P3 contract management, and operational and funding services related to housing. Within our infrastructure and housing teams, we have two groups of experts with many, many shared experiences. By bringing them together under the same roof, we expect to be more efficient and innovative in the way we approach the transformational projects that are indeed in front of us. This includes the redevelopment of healthcare assets across the province and our work to support unprecedented affordable housing needs in our communities from one end of the province to the next. Our employees are committed to working with our partners and stakeholders to advance these all-important priorities. The work we do at the Department of Infrastructure and Housing touches the lives of every Nova Scotian. From visits to a hospital, to lessons in the classroom, to safe and affordable housing, everyone counts on some of these programs and services. Our job is to make sure government has the foundation it needs to deliver on those commitments. This includes advancing the once-in-a-generation healthcare and hospital projects currently underway at more than a dozen locations across the province. Moving the National Housing Strategy forward and supporting the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Commission's work to find sustainable, long-term solutions to our affordable housing issues. Collaborating with our private, nonprofit, federal, and municipal partners to add more affordable units to our housing market. Working with the Departments of Energy and Mines and Municipal Affairs, as well as municipalities across Nova Scotia to fight climate change and make clean infrastructure investments. Working with partners like Develop Nova Scotia to advance their work, creating authentic, sustainable places that attract and retain people. We do all of this with an overall operating budget of $132 million. The department is also responsible for another $400 million in project management and budget oversight of capital spending in health, education, and other major building infrastructure planned in 21-22 within the province. The operating portion of our budget is used for the day-to-day operations of the department, such as engineering and construction services, administration, and professional services. It's a big job, and we certainly can't do it all on our own. Much of our work is done in close collaboration with the Government of Canada. We are responsible for supporting government departments and entities by providing oversight, coordination, and project advice on federal infrastructure funding programs. This includes managing the province's relationship with Infrastructure Canada and other federal departments on infrastructure funding programs, including the Investment in Canada Infrastructure Program, otherwise known, of course, as ICIP, the ICIP COVID Response and Resilience Program, Transport Canada's National Trade Corridors Fund, and the National Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. We are committed to leveraging all appropriate federal funding opportunities on behalf of every Nova Scotian. This has been especially important work during the COVID-19 pandemic. From support for the healthcare system to funding to restart municipalities, we've been especially busy over the last year. That's because we know it's the work we need to do, and we have to move it forward both safely and efficiently. We need to maximize funding opportunities that will support job creation, contribute to the stability of our economy, and allow infrastructure to evolve to better meet the needs of our communities. Our relationship with the federal government is also strong on the housing side of our department. Together, we are working to deliver the National Housing Strategy. This is a 10-year commitment that will see more than $500 million invested to create new programs and enhance existing ones that will help low-income Nova Scotians secure all-important affordable housing. This 50-50 cost-shared partnership represents the single largest investment in affordable housing in Nova Scotia's history. In 2021-2022, we will complete the final year of the first 3-year agreement under this strategy and work towards the development and implementation of our next 3-year agreement. Another responsibility of the Department of Infrastructure and Housing is to provide oversight and manage long-term contractual relationships. Situations like this are typical between government and the private sector entities for design, build, finance, and maintain contracts, or DBFM. This is done with support of Healthcare Infrastructure Division, the Healthcare Infrastructure Division at Nova Scotia Lands Inc. It covers architectural and engineering design, construction administration, and project management services for major renovation and expansion projects. Presently, our department has a DBFM contract for the new Community Outpatient Center in Bayers Lake and has issued a request for proposals for the contract to expand the QE2 Health Sciences Center in Halifax Infirmary site. Both projects are part of the new QE2 New Generation project and our department's most significant healthcare infrastructure project. This is, in essence, a brief overview of the Department of Infrastructure and Housing. I'd like to turn now to some specifics, starting with a look at some of the exciting construction initiatives that are indeed underway. With respect to infrastructure, the department is responsible for the delivery of building projects valued in excess of $1 million, otherwise characterized as having heightened complexity and risks. Nowhere are the projects more complex or significant than within our healthcare initiatives. Important healthcare infrastructure and investments are underway in the communities all across this beautiful province. These projects will improve Nova Scotians' access to care and create modern, reliable services that we all feel and know that we need. Projects include the hospital redevelopment projects at South Shore Regional, North Cumberland Memorial, and Soldiers Memorial. Emergency department developments at the IWK, Cumberland Regional, and Yarmouth Regional. Dialysis expansions and constructions at the Cumberland Regional, Halifax Infirmary, Digby General, Valley Regional, and Glace Bay General. And MRI projects at the South Shore Regional, Dartmouth General, and the IWK as well. Certainly the most complex and far-reaching of these is the QE2 New Generation project. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to rethink and rebuild on our province's delivery of healthcare. This massive multi-year project includes the following: the expansion and renovations of the Dartmouth General, new and renovated operating rooms at Hants Community Hospital in Windsor, the construction of a parkade on Summer Street, the construction of a community outpatient center in Bayers Lake, and the expansion and renovations of the HI. The construction and renovation of these facilities will make it possible for services to be moved out of the aging Centennial, Victoria, and Dixon buildings on the Victoria General site, the VG site. This project was designed through stakeholder engagement and input from hundreds of clinical and non-clinical staff and include more than 40 specialty teams. It's the largest healthcare infrastructure project developed by this province. Over the last year, various project components have realized critical milestones. At the Dartmouth General Hospital, expansion and renovation work continues to progress very well. This past December, the hospital's new day surgery and post-anesthesia care unit opened for patient care. New space features 18 post-anesthesia care bays, 12 flex bays, and 8 self-contained privacy rooms for patients preparing for surgery. Bright and spacious, the new unit provides a modern care environment with increased patient privacy and an improved patient care experience overall. Coupled with the opening of the new Neville J. Guilfoy wing in 2019, we are extremely pleased with the progress at Dartmouth General Hospital and look forward to the completion of this work. And the Halifax Infirmary. The work continues to advance the 3rd and 5th floors and the renovations taking place with those projects. In November 2020, 2 new interventional radiology suites on the 3rd floor were opened for patient care. These suites make it possible for physicians to perform image-guided diagnostic and therapeutic procedures with state-of-the-art equipment. The opening of the IR suites also paves the way for the work that is underway to create Atlantic Canada's first hybrid operating room on the 5th floor. In July 2020, we awarded the contract for the design and build of the Summer Street Parkade. Located directly across from the HI site, north of the Museum of Natural History, work to prepare this site has begun. Consultation on this project has been ongoing. We are working to ensure that we balance the needs of partners and stakeholders, including NSH staff, HRM staff, and museum staff, while keeping our focus on the needs of patients and their families. People from across Nova Scotia and the Maritimes visit the QE2 Health Sciences Centre every day, with 40% traveling from outside HRM. We don't want to add to the anxiety of patients and families by not having suitable parking, as safe, convenient parking on site or at least close by is essential. At the heart of the QE2 New Generation project is the expansion of the Halifax Infirmary, which will include a new cancer center, a new inpatient center, including hospital beds and operating rooms, a new outpatient center, and a new innovation and learning center. This expansion will provide modern facilities and advanced technologies to handle the most complex care in Atlantic Canada. Other benefits will include reduced wait times, improved access to care, and improved research and teaching opportunities to help recruit and retain doctors, researchers, and other health professionals. This past November, a request for proposals was released to 2 shortlisted companies to bid on the contract for that project. Ellis Don Infrastructure Healthcare and Plenary PCL Health qualified in 2019 to bid on the project, which includes designing, building, financing, and maintaining the expansion of the HI site. The deadline for the companies to submit their proposal is fall 2021. The successful bidder is expected to be announced spring of 2022. As part of our commitments to provide care closer to home, we continue to make progress on the Bayers Lake QE2 Community Outpatient Center. This center will deliver a variety of services that don't require a trip to the hospital in a more effective and convenient way for patients and, of course, their families as well. In August of 2020, Elliston Infrastructure Healthcare was awarded the contract to design, build, finance, and maintain the project. The project is progressing well, and we are pleased to be working with an experienced, highly qualified company that will deliver a tremendous outpatient center on time and on budget. When it comes to these important healthcare infrastructure investments, our staff are working diligently to advance projects efficiently and in accordance with best practices. We are engaging experienced and qualified partners. We are working closely and collaboratively with our NSH colleagues. We're also advancing the Auditor General's recommendations to approve an appropriate level of oversight and governance. The July 2020 report of the AG concluded that reasonable and appropriate analysis was completed to select a DBFM project delivery model for the HI expansion and the Bayers Lake Community Outpatient Center. Originally, the HI and Bayers Lake projects favored the selected DBFM delivery model with a value for money, or VFM, of approximately 12%. After decoupling those two projects, we updated the VFM analysis for Bayers Lake Community Outpatient Center project. This latest analysis suggests that the province should expect overall lifetime risk adjusted costs of the Bayers Lake project to be 35 million less than through the DBFM arrangement. That's a reduction of nearly 15%. We are pleased that this analysis endorses our selected delivery model. We will continue to ensure that these projects and all of our projects are delivered in a timely and fiscally responsible way. Overall, we are making good progress on the QE2 New Generation project. It's a project we can be proud of, and it will change the way we deliver healthcare for generations to come. Of course, I am also very pleased to be able to report that we're making tremendous progress with the CBRM Healthcare Redevelopment Plan. This project and series of projects will transform the delivery of healthcare in Cape Breton and the CBRM to better meet the needs of patients, professionals, and our communities at large. An investment worth hundreds of millions of dollars, this project includes the following: building a new Cape Breton Cancer Center, emergency department, critical care department, inpatient beds, surgical suites, and maternity newborn services at a maternity newborn services unit at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. Building a new school, modern healthcare, 60-bed long-term care home, plus 12-bed inpatient facilities, and a new recreational facility in New Waterford. A new modern healthcare center, 60-bed long-term care home, plus 12 inpatient facilities and a laundry center on the north side, and expanding the Glace Bay Hospital emergency department and surgical services. The project is about replacing aging buildings with modern facilities. We not only want to meet people's healthcare needs, we want to create a place where doctors, specialists, nurses, and other healthcare professionals actually want to practice. That will help with the government's efforts to recruit and retain doctors and other health professionals. Redesigning and rebuilding the healthcare system in Cape Breton will be the single biggest healthcare investment in the island's history. And these projects have benefits beyond healthcare. As part of the expansion of the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, a new state-of-the-art energy center will be built, which will power and heat the new construction as well as the existing hospital. With the goal of improving energy efficiency, the new energy center will be registered with Efficiency Nova Scotia and meet the targets required for the Energy Star rating. The new center will also use more renewable fuels to reduce oil consumption, and the use of sustainable biomass will contribute to the reduction in carbon emissions. In New Waterford, our community hub model is building a healthcare center, long-term care home, and school as one large major project. This will create opportunities for the three buildings to maximize efficiencies by sharing facilities and maintenance services. More importantly, this model creates a central access point for health and social services, along with educational, cultural, and recreational spaces to foster an even greater sense of their community. The New Waterford Community Hub will be a place where all community members can gather, build, grow, and live. Together, the CVRM healthcare redevelopment projects enhance employment opportunities, improve workforce diversity, support inclusion, and ensure training needs for skills development are met. This work is made possible in collaboration with our colleagues at the Department of Labor and Advanced Education, the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency, the Cape Breton Partnership, and industry stakeholders. These Cape Breton healthcare infrastructure projects will create thousands of jobs and maximize local benefit by generating small business opportunities through the local supply chain and overall increased economic activity. Just as with healthcare, our province is in the middle of a transformative time when it comes to education infrastructure investment. We are building modern schools that will help our students learn and grow and go on to successful careers. These new facilities will also support the hard work being done by our teachers and serve as important community hubs. The 2020 to 2025 school capital plan includes 23 projects with a total value of nearly $500 million. We know that COVID-19 has had an impact on construction costs through North America, and our projects are certainly no exception to that. We are also dealing with population growth in many parts of the province, which requires us to modify our current school design. Despite all of these challenges, we remain committed to delivering the best possible outcome for all. Right now, our school projects include Bedford Ravines Elementary and Middle School, Bedford High School, Breton Education Center, Clayton Park, Eastern Shore District High, Glace Bay Elementary, J.L. Ilsley High School, Northside Middle School, Springfield Elementary, St. Joseph's A. McKay School, and our projects for the CSAP, including the opening this past September of the École Secondaire Mosaïque, as well as upcoming projects for École Pomquette, Wedgeport Elementary in Clare, and in the Halifax Peninsula as well. We have developed a predictable long-term outlook for school construction and major renovation, which is an Auditor General recommendation that we've followed. These provincial investments will enhance the school experience for our students and families while making our communities stronger. The Art Gallery of Nova Scotia is another significant building project that we are currently managing through the design and construction process. This new modern space on Halifax waterfront will enhance the province's position as a leader in the visual arts, inviting the world to celebrate our culture and all that it has to offer. It will also better showcase Nova Scotia's culture and excellence in visual arts nationally and, of course, internationally. This project is a collaboration of the province with the federal government, as well as private sector contributions. We've conducted and saw the successful conclusion of an international design competition for this particular project. This culminated in the engagement of KPMB Architects with Omar Gandhi Architect, Jordan Bennett Studio, Elder Lorraine Whitman, Public Work and TransSolar as the winning design team. With that, all of that good news, I'd also like to turn my attention to the housing side of our portfolio, certainly a critical issue for all Nova Scotians at this point. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, we are seeing some significant changes right now in Nova Scotia's housing market. Housing prices are skyrocketing. Houses are selling the day they are listed and for hundreds of thousands over the asking price. Vacancy rates have eased somewhat over the past year, but remain incredibly low, making finding an apartment difficult and sometimes impossible. This is a phenomenon that is happening across Canada and throughout North America. In Nova Scotia, our population is growing, and those people, everyone, need places to live. We have a supply issue, and we need to build more homes. If you add in the effects of the pandemic and the stresses it has placed on the market, the situation only gets more complicated. Sadly, we know that a difficult situation like this is hardest on vulnerable and low-income Nova Scotians. When you can't find an affordable place to live, or if you're worried about keeping a roof over your head, the consequences are severe. It makes finding a job or keeping a job more difficult. If you don't have a mailing address, it gets harder to get access to basic benefits, and services, like something as basic as a phone number. And there's an unquestionable impact on your mental health and well-being. Access to adequate and affordable housing is essential to quality of life. Access to affordable housing is an issue that our government is taking very seriously. That's why we are investing in innovative solutions to help Nova Scotians access this affordable housing. In fact, our investments are unprecedented. These are unprecedented because the current situation is something we've never seen or experienced before. Last year, we took action to make sure renters were protected. We made sure rents could not increase by more than 2% per year. We also prevented landlords from getting an eviction order for renovations. Those are protections that will be in place until February of 2022 or until the state of emergency is lifted, whichever sooner. But for the longer term, I'm proud to say that we've created the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Commission. This group of experts in the public, private, nonprofit, and academic sectors are working on recommendations to government on sustainable, affordable housing strategies and actions. We look forward to receiving the report of the Affordable Housing Commission at the end of May and acting immediately on its recommendations. The bottom line is that affordable housing is not something government can address alone. We're fortunate to have committee members and commission members dedicating their time and energy to developing innovative solutions. And I personally, on behalf of myself, our government, our department, and all of you as MLAs from all different regions and areas of the province, want to thank them and everyone who has contributed to ideas and stories to the Commission's website. I'd also like to encourage others to participate by visiting the site, taking the survey, and adding their voice to the Commission's work. My understanding that at this point so far, over 1,100 people have taken the time to fill out that survey, and that's a good indication of how engaged people are and how important this issue is. I think we knew it was important already, but that's a good number of people looking to contribute and shape the recommendations and policy as we move forward. Nova Scotia's affordable housing situation is something that we have to address together. There's no other way to do so. That's why I'm so pleased that we have many strong partnerships in communities across the province. These relationships have given us the ability to make significant investment in recent months. In December, we announced $1.8 million to support the creation of more than 50 new affordable housing units in HRM. This funding will support efforts by ADSM for women and children, the North End Community Health Association, and the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center as they work to help Mi'kmaq women and children, African Nova Scotians, and people with physical disabilities. In February, we announced $5.7 million to help create 109 units of affordable housing in 4 separate developments. These new affordable housing units will be created in collaboration with Compass Nova Scotia Cooperative Homes in Halifax, the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia in Dartmouth, and our partners in Yarmouth and in Antigonish. We also provided $2 million in additional funding for the low-income home repair and adaptation program. This is truly a team effort, and without our partners, none of this would be even remotely possible. That, of course, does include a very supportive partner in the federal government. Together, we're making the largest investment ever in affordable housing for our province. As I mentioned earlier, we are investing over $500 million over 10 years to improve the lives of Nova Scotians through the National Housing Strategy. This plan supports new programs like Canada-Nova Scotia Targeted Housing Benefit. It also continues to invest in existing programs like the Home Repair and Adaptation Program. 2021-22 will be the 3rd year of our first 3-year action plan within this strategy, and we will look forward to finalizing the next 3-year plan very soon. When you take all of these efforts together, I believe the results speak for themselves. Right now, more than 18,000 Nova Scotians live in 11,350 public housing units across Nova Scotia. Last year, we invested $21 million in 600 projects in more than 400 public housing buildings through the Capital Asset Management Program. We're going to make many of them more accessible by removing barriers. We're going to reduce emissions and make our units more affordable by becoming energy efficient. Some of our units will become net zero, Outside of public housing, we're increasing the number of rent supplements available to Nova Scotians. This year, we are planning to invest more than 22 million federal and provincial dollars in these programs. As of March, nearly 3,200 supplements were in place. That's an increase of more than 1,000 supplements compared to 2 years ago, and more are on the way. These supplements provide renters with an average of more than $300 per month towards their rent. We're also investing to make sure private and nonprofit affordable rental units stay in good condition. Under the Rental Repair Rehabilitation Assistance Program, we offer forgivable loans of up to $24,000 per unit. In 2021, more than 60 units were approved for upgrades. For Indigenous affordable housing, our work with the Tawak Nonprofit Housing Association continues. There are currently 145 units owned and operated by Tawak. In the first 3-year action plan, $7.2 million is committed to repairing 71 units, and the 10-year target is to ensure 111 units are repaired. So far, more than 50 units have been upgraded. Another one of the ways we're addressing the affordable housing situation is by helping homeowners stay in their homes for longer. Through the Home Repair and Adaptation Program, low-income homeowners can get grants of up to $7,000 and forgivable loans of up to $18,000 to make necessary repairs and adaptations. Last year, we invested almost $19 million to support more than 2,000 low-income homeowners. We've also helped more Nova Scotians find their first home. Through the First-Time Home Buyer Program, we supported 132 buyers with a zero interest repayable loan to help with their down payment. And finally, we're proud to have created the Canada Nova Scotia Targeted Housing Benefit Program this past fall. This new program will support about 6,000 eligible households over the planned 8 years of the program. This includes homeowners and renters in housing need and those experiencing or at high risk of experiencing homelessness. So to my colleagues, that's a recap of what we've been doing here to try and address affordable housing in Nova Scotia. And all of this amounts to, in my view, significant progress under very difficult circumstances. It is a tremendous amount of work, and I again want to thank all of the talented and hardworking people at the Department of Infrastructure and Housing for their dedication and their tireless efforts. As I've said, we couldn't do it alone without our partners, and this says nothing of the roughly 5,000 housing units we know are being built by the private sector over the next number of years. What we need now is a continued determination and a little bit of patience, although that's certainly hard for people that are in dire circumstances. I look forward to hearing from the experts. I believe the report from the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Commission will be incredibly informative, and we'll look forward to having that discussion in a public domain when those recommendations are shared with everyone when they're ready. We also have reason to be optimistic that the COVID-19 vaccinations happening every day, we may soon see the end of the pandemic, and we all equally share in that wish and hope and look forward to that in the very near future. And that'll certainly make the work we do at Infrastructure and Housing a little bit easier. But no matter what we face, we'll always keep working together. We'll keep delivering healthcare projects that improve Nova Scotians' access to care and create modern, reliable services. We'll keep building schools that deliver a better education experience for students and teachers while enriching our communities. We will continue to develop art spaces that promote our culture and celebrate our diversity. And we will continue to look for innovative and sustainable ways to add more safe and affordable units to our housing market for Nova Scotians. And all of this will be done with an eye towards making our province stronger, making our economic growth more inclusive, and making our environment healthier. None of these things can be accomplished overnight, of course. It takes hard work, dedication, and commitment. I'm proud to say that my team has what it takes, and so do our partners and communities across the beautiful province of Nova Scotia. We're ready to face the challenges, and we'll do it together. And with that, I want to thank you all for indulging me here with these few minutes to talk about the new Department of Infrastructure and Housing. And myself and my team would be very happy to now field your questions.
Thank you, Minister, for that. We'll begin first of all with the Progressive Conservative Caucus. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid. You have 1 hour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, thanks to the minister for understanding and demonstrating, articulating the current environment. Certainly nobody at all would understate the importance when it comes to housing. My questions today will all be around housing, and in fact, to give your through you, Speaker, to the minister to give staff a little bit of an idea of where I'm going on this. It should probably not be a surprise to them, but I'm going to talk a little bit about strategy in the organization, a little bit about high-level budget, some of the scope, like the number of units and co-ops and so on. The public housing financials, Housing Nova Scotia, I think is where most of the money, if not all of the money, flows through for these programs. And the public housing waitlist, naturally, a little bit, perhaps, if we have time to go to the rent supplement program and talking about then the down payment assistance program, especially when it comes to modular homes. And then a little bit, perhaps, about the rehab assistance program on that. And it was interesting that the minister, Mr. Chair, did talk about foundation. This requires foundational action, and the foundation has been in making for quite some time. I want to talk about the structure, and I've talked about this in the House already, but last year I asked why the integration of Housing Nova Scotia into Municipal Affairs and Housing Department. The minister's response at that time was, and I'll quote, "This is a combined business plan of the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. This department was brought together last June as one. We worked extremely hard to do just that. The mandate was to bring this not as separate. Housing shouldn't be separate from municipal affairs. There's a direct correlation as to how one works with the other. We are very much one." Well, we now know that's not the case. But I have the same question to the Mr. Chair, to the current minister. Why was housing moved away from municipal affairs when the reason for moving it from community services to municipal affairs was so well thought out and informed? What has changed?
The Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll do that a lot tonight. I'll try to control myself here. I'd like to thank the member from Sackville-Cobequid, who we've actually had some FaceTime to talk about some of these things. So he was gracious in sharing some of his thoughts, and I do appreciate his tee up as to where he's going to be. And he did provide a little bit of that with myself and my EA, Brett, and my Deputy Minister, Aaron, just to so we get a sense as to where he is and what he sees. And he certainly has an understanding and a belief and a passion in the housing and what we've got to do to solve it. I do certainly respect the question in terms of the structure of the Department of Housing and how it ended here. To be honest, I'm not dodging it, but I can't speak to what the rationale was behind the FIT, Community Services and Municipal Affairs. I don't know, and again, the member just shared with us some of the transcript around that answer there. I don't have the foundation for that particular rationale, but I can tell you the one for this and why it's now infrastructure and housing. This has, without a doubt, housing for me in Cape Breton, and I've shared this before, it's always tied for number one as an issue, and I know that the chair can certainly attest to this. It's something that is a daily conversation, and it's as active a file as health and education and community services is for me in Glace Bay. And hearing the many of you in all parts of the province, but certainly in the Halifax area and the members from Halifax Needham and Sackville-Cobequid and all those members on the peninsula and around Metro, this is certainly a critical issue. That's what the premier, the current premier, saw. He identified that. He understands what this means for people and the gap that exists and the issue at hand. So when he was looking at what his cabinet structure and departmental portfolios would look like, there was a requirement to add housing to a department that really allowed it to maintain focus and ensure that it was not only just the optics, but in its function, be seen and be witnessed as a priority. Housing is a priority. What the infrastructure piece, the builders, and I've touched on a lot of what the Department of Infrastructure under TIR functioned. They've done remarkable work understanding scope and projects and scale, and how we partner with the private sector, how we partner with other levels of government, how we take advantage of those federal programs and the dollars that come with it, how we work with the municipalities in an open and mutually beneficial way. So the infrastructure group that is under this department has that ability, the experience, and the vision to make sure that what we build and how we build it is done right. And I think that certainly there's a link to be made there between the infrastructure group and the housing group. This Department of Housing, and again, it's no secret, the member has identified this, and it's quite apparent, has been moved quite often over the last number of years. And that's not a great thing for stability. I happen to know, obviously, many of the people here now, being the person responsible proudly for this portfolio. I know some personally from a previous life and from years gone by, and they give it their all every day. Most all civil servants do, and that's not comparing departments, but these folks at housing, they don't think liberal, conservative, NDP. They think, how are we getting roofs over people's heads? And I think that it's always been a concern for the Premier, quite frankly, and for me, that with these shuffles and with being constantly in flux, it would impact them. And I think that my job and my mission, and I think for, given bestowed that from the Premier, is to make sure that these men and women feel appreciated, and they know that the work they do is valuable. So we've got to share the stories and the good news. There is tough news and there is issues, and you're here to highlight those in terms of the housing shortage and what we should be doing, and that's fair. But there is some good things happening with the department, and those people should be acknowledged for that. And I think this is how we do it. I think that being identified inside a department with infrastructure, and finally having a focal point and being held up for the value that they have for the government overall and for Nova Scotians is a good thing. So that's a long-winded answer to the member for the genesis of this. I don't know why it went from community services to municipal affairs, but I know that it should be identified and highlighted because it's a critical function of government, and it's got the right home now.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you to the minister. And certainly, in my experience over the last 20 months or so since I've been a member, and in our office, that working with the staff of Housing Nova Scotia, you can certainly see, and community services and others, we see that the dedication of our employees is without question. And so I'm not ever going to question that in a forum such as this. So if we can move on from that, I think we can all acknowledge the value that our employees bring to Nova Scotians every day. And when I take a look at the financials, sorry, yeah, I just wanted to move on to this. So I'm given to understand when the former Department of Housing was divvied up, if you will, there was a portion that moved to community services and not to infrastructure. So I'm just wondering if you can confirm that none of the the homelessness part has moved to your department, or sorry, Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chair, but through to the minister. The amounts of monies and people that went to infrastructure was not the 100% of the amount that went to that came from municipal affairs. In fact, it was a little bit less, and it excludes the amount for homelessness. The reason I bring this up is because the minister did mention the continuum or the scope of housing, which includes homeless. And why would that not be if there's a continued focus on that spectrum or that continuum, why that portion would be carved off and not given to the current portfolio or the minister responsible for housing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll get it soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member from Sackville-Cobequid. Just having a quick discussion here with staff. So essentially our understanding, we don't have a textbook answer, I guess, at this point, and we'll endeavor to figure out, again, almost similar to the previous question around what, not sure exactly the genesis why it was hived off and sort of put with community services, but just sort of high level for me and for us in the room. Basically, there's when you look at the housing portfolio and the mandate at hand, it's a very specific sort of focus around affordable housing and providing that affordable housing in the variety of ways that we will use different partners and different things to get to that point where we're providing housing. On the other hand, with homelessness, I think that there's a number of different factors and ways in which government can support someone who is experiencing or on the verge of experiencing in that dangerous place where that homelessness could be a sad reality. So I think that from a resource perspective, there's a number of things that community services can do as touch points to support those individuals. But make no mistake, we'll certainly work closely with community services as it relates to those who are experiencing and in that unfortunate position of being homeless. So that's the rationale from our perspective. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you to the minister. And it will be a question I'll have of the Minister of Community Services, and I'll tee that one up, if you will. So under the budget, under the estimates, page 14.7, under housing, there were no numbers for the 2021 estimate or forecast. And I'm curious to know as to why not, when a lot of the other estimates, departments did have that. It was noticeably absent from housing, and I'm curious to know why that would be.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to the member, so the year end is reflected in under the municipal affairs. So that's why there's nothing indicated for the new department.
The member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't understand that response that the minister gave. So if that being the case, then you would expect a similar thing for all departments, but I don't see that. I'm not going to belabor the point. It's a fact. It's not there. And in my decades of experience, it was highly unusual for that to be omitted, in my opinion and my experience. The amount for administration and housing is 13.4 million. How would you define housing services? What comes under that? And what would the full-time equivalent be?
the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, to the member, just before we jump into this one, I just on the previous one, I just want maybe we'll talk offline or at a later date, because just that responsibility would fall under municipal affairs. So the budgetary pieces would be municipal affairs until April 1. So for the next round, all of that you referenced would be under the Department of Infrastructure and Housing. So if that doesn't clarify it, that's okay, but we'll sort that out. It's nothing sort of untoward there. With respect to housing services, the total staff are the FTE is 130.8, and that's basically all of the program staff, the finance group, regional staff in the different areas, any of the project work, affordable housing, rent supplement, the down payment assistance, anything linked to that program delivery, not the regional housing authorities, but virtually everything else would be found under that housing services line item.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to move a little bit quicker here because we could spend days on this, and I probably have days of questions that I know I'm not going to get to. And I know a number of the other members will ask probably some of what I have here too. The minister mentioned or alluded to Housing Nova Scotia. My understanding is that Housing Nova Scotia has no employees. They're all government employees. They produce a consolidated financial statement. And in that, the people would be included under the province somewhere, somehow. But just before I go there, what is the number of publicly owned housing units? One, how many of these are actually rentable or rented? So what's the vacancy rate? What were the number of public housing units built last year? How many publicly owned housing units were decommissioned or sold off last year? And what are the number of cooperative and nonprofit units? What are the number of rent supplements that are out there as well? So, Mr. Chair, I find the budget process at the provincial level quite unlike any that I've ever experienced in decades of my life. So I'm going to get those out there knowing full well that this may take up a lot of time to get a response, but we'll get some more, and we'll get to some of these things some more. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to the answers because I have a lot more questions.
Minister. Order, please. I think there was a number of questions asked there by the member.
Yeah.
And it's going to take the minister a while to.
I think I'm okay.
Oh, well, can you answer it in 3 minutes?
I think so. Yeah, I think I can.
Okay.
I think I can.
So,
So the number, I'll just go through these real quick for the member, and then, like I say, he'll probably follow up. So the number of public housing units we have is 11,500. The vacancy rate is 3.5%. How many we built is absolutely none. We've moved far away from a model of building, and the sustainable model, which we stand by 100%, is more around the partnerships and the funding. We funded the construction, the application, the adding to the stock of over 200. We're the largest landlord in the province now for a number of reasons. Building just is not the sustainable, efficient way to do this. I think that we've identified through a number of different options with the co-ops and the not-for-profits, the private sector. That's the way to most efficiently get to a better place in terms of our overall numbers. We sold, decommissioned a total of 13. We've got 1,390 co-op or not-for-profit units, and we've provided 3,100 rent supplements. And I don't know, honorable member, if I've missed any, but I think that's all I got in terms of your questions. So if I missed one, let me know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the member has 2 minutes left before we go on break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister for those responses. And so I guess I'm looking for a quick yes or no answer. This would be, should the Housing Commission come up with a model that indicates that there be more public housing, would that be accepted by the government?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
That's quite all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. Yes, the answer is yes. As I said I think I said this in the House in debate, and I certainly said it to the member directly during our conversation. The only stipulation we put on the Housing Commission was that there's no stipulations. So we're not going to tell them what model, what types of controls or levers or programs. We want them to tell us. So this was a moot exercise if we're giving any directions on what Dr. Ren Thomas, the Deputy Minister, Aaron Devereaux as co-chairs, and all the members of that commission. We're not tainting this, and we're not giving any direction whatsoever. That absolutely defeats the purpose of this. We want to be able to plug and play their recommendations without having impacted the direction along the way. So that's to answer the question simply put. If that's what a recommendation is, then we'll follow that recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And with that, we'll take our COVID-19 break. We'll return again at 4:15. please. The subcommittee of the whole on supply will resume. We'll go back again to the honorable member for Sackville Cobequid. Sorry about that. And you have 25 minutes left in your first hour.
25 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no way in heck I'm going to get through all of what I have. So, as was mentioned earlier, this is a very complex issue that has been going on. It's a worldwide issue when it comes to housing, and certainly the complexity is going to just really throw us all off, and the amount of attention and the nonpartisanship that's required to address this is paramount. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question now about the Housing Nova Scotia numbers, deferred revenue. We've got deferred revenue for social infrastructure fund of about 7.5 million. Affordable housing, 139,000. The national housing strategy is 12.1. Deferred federal contribution is 33 million. That's a lot of money to be on the table and not utilized. And the total deferred revenue for the end of 2020 was 59 million. That's a lot of money. I'd like to know why, and actually we're gaining quite a bit of interest on that money too, as you can imagine. But my question would be, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, is why do we have so much money on the table? As to, are we not spending it? Are we having difficulty getting it out the door to help Nova Scotians?
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. Thanks for that question. And again, this was one of the things for me that I certainly highlighted in my time in estimates when I was in opposition. And quite frankly, it didn't really. It's still something it has to be explained, and it's not an easy explanation, even when we are on the government side. So to the member, I get it. When you see a massive amount of money. And you see a waiting list, the two just don't seem to jive. So that always was a question for me. If we've got these issues and these these needs, why do we have any deferrals? Why aren't they zero balance? So I think that is reasonable. That is from the surface. It's really a function of the program expenditures, and that we've got to hold money and defer it over time. And the member, Mr. Chair, had referenced a number of envelopes. One was the DFC, the federal contribution, 33 million. So by the end of this year, that we'll have spent 11 million, and that's there. A lot of those funds are restricted, so there are only certain things we could do with that. This one in particular centers around public housing, some of the maintenance work that we have to do there. So there are, listen, it's much appreciated. This isn't a criticism of the federal government, but there are strings attached, and so we live with that, and we build our plan. So we do have an approved spending plan under those agreements every 3 years, which is going to lapse this year, and we'll set a new agreement in place. But there are covenants in there that we spend a certain amount of money with the SIF, the Social Infrastructure Fund. Same thing. So that's a $13 million. So that gets rolled out as projects are identified, and we meet the criteria there. And again, the same application for the national housing strategy. So the 12 million, I think the member had referenced that first. That gets that's sort of the allotment as we go through the multi-year agreement. That's the money that's set aside, that's identified or deferred from the federal government. So all told, at the end of the 9-year cycle, that will be a $500 million collective expenditure. So that's that 12 million is deferred for this year, and will be part of satisfying the national housing strategy requirements as agreed upon with the national government.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister too for that. So one of the things that I did note in the Minister's opening remarks was that looking at more professional and programs and getting things out the door faster and so on. So I would anticipate that the accumulation of deferred revenue ought to be trending downward as we get that money into the street and into the hands of Nova Scotians to house them. And if that's the intention, and if that's the way it's going to go, then great. And it was interesting to hear the minister say that when the minister was in opposition, that he had the same questions. So we've been on this for a while. We need to be able to do better. I want to move now to, Mr. Chair, the Rapid Housing Initiative. It was indicated earlier that the Rapid Housing Initiative was a good thing, and that there were 3 projects. Those 3 projects, though, were under the municipal stream. They were under the municipal stream, $8.7 million for Halifax Regional Municipality, who worked quite diligently with organizations that may have already had some things in the pipe to make that happen. I acknowledge that in the case of requiring operations and operational funding, the government did come up with that. My question is, though, on the project side of the house, what did the government do, and where would the monies have been for, let me ask it this way, how many submissions were made with the assistance of the housing folks on the project side of the Rapid Housing Initiative, 1, and of those, how many were approved and accepted? Thank you.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, to the member. So there was one overall submission to the Rapid Housing Initiative, and the number that they received was 1.7 million, and that's for 24 units in Dartmouth.
The member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister too. The fact that we were not able to take more advantage of this is really disappointing, and certainly the work of the commission and the need for the commission will point that out. We needed to be able to be in a position in Nova Scotia to take advantage of that money that came so quickly, and we just weren't able to pull out all the stops on that. We didn't have so many things in place to enable us to do that, and I certainly hope that the work of the commission and comes about, and we do take a better position to have it so that we can take advantage of any monies and move those monies through quickly throughout this province. I want to come back for a second. One of the answers previously, Mr. Speaker, on the number of cooperative nonprofit units given was 1,390. I've got a number from a couple of years ago, 2019, which I believe was in the Housing Nova Scotia report, said that that number was 1,671. If that's the case, there's been a reduction in the number of cooperative and nonprofit housing units. And I was just curious to know if the, Mr. Speaker, if the, Mr. Chair, if the minister or his staff would have any insight as to what's going on there.
The Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, so we're just doing some checking here to get the number that is reflective and sort of relative to the 1,600. I'm going to ask the member when he comes back for the next question, just to repeat where he saw that number. I just didn't hear it properly. Just want to be sure. But that's okay. The 13, it's actually 1319 is the base. So that's the social housing baseline under the national agreement. So that's kind of the minimum standard. So the minimum number. So we can't be and never will be below that number. So that's the base. We're actually, what the accurate number is, we're on a mission to find that now. And obviously once we get that, I'll jump back in and give that number. But again, I do want to just get the member to repeat the 1,600 number. And also I do want to just comment quickly on the member's preamble before he got to this question, and just say that I agree. I think that when again, when you have project parameters, and when you have line items, and when you have these different subgroups, so mentioned about the rapid housing, I think that's part of the problem. It's a hard thing to swallow and a hard thing to explain to Nova Scotians, particularly those on a list, that you've got this access to these funds, whatever the reason is, whatever, valid or otherwise within the process, that you can't use this money and it goes back into the pot, so to speak. So I just wanted to acknowledge that's exactly, the member teed that up, but that's exactly why we need this commission, and we need a bit of a foundation here, because we can't, with the pressures that people are facing, we've got to make every dollar count. So I appreciate that. And again, if the member, before he jumps back in here, just repeat that 1,600 piece, if he could. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the Minister. That, I believe, came from one of the back pages of the Housing Nova Scotia Accountability Report, probably the last one that I saw. And if it's not there, if you can't see it quickly in that table, let me know, and I'll leave and later get you that exact source. Let's talk a little bit about the wait list again. And I know that the wait list numbers, we need the wait list numbers by what we have for the social housing, the government-owned housing, and through the cooperatives. We have that number. So I'd like to know what those numbers are, the total number on the wait list, and how much of that would be for provincially owned and non-provincially owned.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. Again, it's like we go back by a question every time I come back on here, but it's for the clarity, and just as we're sort of talking this through, it becomes a little clearer. So I just want to let the member know through you, Mr. Chair. So 1,600 was that number that was identified under that collective program. So the baseline is what the requirement that we keep. So what happens is if someone exits the program, so they meet their obligations, so they pay if it's a grant or a loan, they square that, then that 1,600 number comes down. So the minimum is 1319. So that's the National Housing Strategy Agreement number. So that's our baseline. Outside of that, once someone exits the program, so to speak, we don't track them. We have no way of knowing. They're not recognized in a list, I guess. So there is no, we had that 1,600 number at one point. Now we're in this agreement. We will never go between below the 1319, but we don't have a particular number as it is present day. Once they exit, they're no longer accounted. They're no longer counted in that number. So I'll let you respond to that after I get to the next one. But we don't have any wait list numbers for non-provincially owned, but for our provincially owned list, it's in the ballpark of 6,000 on the waiting list.
The honorable member with 3 minutes left.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure if the minister and I are talking apples and apples or the same thing. So I think I'll take that offline at some point. Because through my office, there is a wait list. And we go through the central facilitation number and people in the group, and they can tell us how much are for provincially owned buildings, units, and those that they have agreements with cooperatives. So anyhow, I'll leave it at that for now, and we can clarify that later offline. I want to talk about the rent supplement program. I think this past year there were to have been 3,000 or so. So I'm just curious to know how many individual households currently have the rent supplement program that they're benefiting from.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rent supplement numbers as of April is 3,167.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. And let me see if I can find a little short, quick snapper here. How about the down payment assistance program? I believe last year we were looking to increase the program's lending capacity to 2.2 million. I'd like to know if there's a increase in that, one, and two is if it's applicable to those who have modular homes.
The honorable minister.
Mr. Chair, the budget has remained the same. It's 2.2 million, and there's 130 households that participate in the down payment program, and we're just getting some clarification on the modular piece that the member had referenced.
Sorry, I was on mute there. The time for the first hour for the PC caucus has expired. We'll go now to the NDP caucus. I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much. And thanks to my colleague from Sackville Cobequid for asking some good questions so that I don't have to. We're trying to capture the information any which way. I wonder if the minister could update us on how many targeted housing benefits, I guess, either for renters or for homeowners have been allocated. I understand that there were to be 2,700 households benefiting in the first year of the Canada-Nova Scotia housing agreement. And so I'm wondering if you can update us on how many households have actually accepted and started receiving that benefit.
The Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for Halifax Needham. I'm certainly disappointed in her opening preamble there. I was hoping you'd ask all the same questions. My answers would get better every time. So now I'm in uncharted water. And just quickly to the member from Sackville-Cobequid, modular homes are included. So to let you know that. So, but back to the member for Halifax Needham. Under that program, as she's asked, there's 1,662 renters and 115 homeowners. And the department, through the resources they have and some of the access points, have reached out to over 4,000 people to increase the uptake, quite frankly. So there's a significant amount of room in that budget for these programs, and certainly we'd like to increase and enhance the participation in whichever way we can.
Member?
And I'm a little confused about when year one was supposed to happen. So you talk about, that there's room in that budget. I've seen references to this program at a number of different times, including October 2020, but also June. So when was year one?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the member for the question. Don't want to sort of use the blanket excuse of COVID for this, but there was an impact around just the program development. So it was originally targeted, and the housing officials were on track to launch the program in April 1st, 2020, but it actually didn't come online officially and up in motion until October 1st of 2020. So, and again, that delayed just a number of different factors around the pandemic and just getting really the administrative and the operational pieces up and running.
The honorable member.
Thank you. So, it sounds, I didn't quite catch the number of uptakes for targeted housing benefits targeted at homeowners. I think it was less than 200, but that means that we have got I think about 800 benefits that have not been accepted by anyone, though a number of at least 2,000 households have been offered that benefit. I guess what analysis and what understanding do you have? Like, what's the story that the department is talking about based on the refusal of the benefit from people who I assume do need help with matching their income to the expense of housing in this market, because they wouldn't be even getting an invitation to apply if they weren't already qualified for some assistance.
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. So basically, just in total, the ways in which we reached out through our own mechanisms, as well as Salvation Army and other partners that would have access to potential people who could access this program. The total number was 7,000. So again, when you look at the number that have taken up this program, it's not great. And I think there is a part of it, just not a clarification, I guess, but just people don't get 250 have applied. So people don't get turned down per se. They basically don't meet the criteria. And again, the member would know, I don't want to create a response that's throwing anyone under the bus, but there is an issue with the CMHC around their criteria. So in some instances, the identified need is 50% of income on housing, but for others, it's 30%. So there is an issue there. CMHC have been very reasonable to deal with around that, but our officials, two things on this one, and you're highlighting both. This word of mouth, the access, however we've got to do it, we've got to be better at it. And also it is to directly address this with CMHC to see if we can do something around that criteria. But again, 250 have applied out of 7,000. It's not an enormous number by any stretch. So again, as you've highlighted, member, and as the member from Sackville-Cobequid and many have in the House, there's just an issue where there's not money available, but the uptake's not there. And I think this is reasonable to say that this is an example of that. Thank you.
Member?
I wonder if there is any sort of tracking of why. So for renters have to be invited to apply. It's owners who can apply without being invited, is my understanding. And I'm wondering if there is some tracking that could be shared in terms of how often people are choosing not to access this benefit today, because it means that they will not be able to accept, well, basically they have to come off the public housing wait list. And the over a lifetime benefit of being accepted to public housing where your rent is actually geared to your income, so 30% of your income, versus accepting a benefit where you've got a couple, maybe $300 extra in your pocket to go to the market, but where the market rents, might still leave you actually really strapped. And so I think it's, I'd be really interested to know if the department is tracking how many people are refusing because they don't want to come off the public housing wait list, because they actually want to be, they want that benefit with that security and with that, income left over for everything else.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. Very pertinent points, and it's one that in particular we've talked about many times in my briefings thus far. Of the two streams, so with the homeowners and with the renters, the member is exactly right, and it doesn't seem to make sense that people would have to choose between this benefit and coming off the wait list, and just thinking of practical examples of why that's sort of short-term benefit would not be worth it for a lot of people to come off that wait list and have the circumstances that public housing provides for people. And again, I've referenced my mom on that one, and this is she's a perfect example for her. So we do track that to the member. We're working to get you that number. I'm sure we've seen it somewhere specifically, but that we have made the inferences, and we're in the process of making it so that it's not a requirement to come off the wait list if you get this benefit. So that's just it doesn't make any sense. So we're endeavoring to do that, and it looks like we will be able to make that happen. So you're not off the wait list to take advantage of this program. But we're working on those details.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Well, I'm like wondering if the minister's about to add something else, or should I go with a new question?
No, you go ahead. We're still going to work on this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really interested to hear that, and frankly, I'm interested to hear that requirement maybe didn't come from the province. I mean, obviously there was some sort of negotiation that happened with the federal government around the way Nova Scotia entered the national housing strategy, and it's sort of been my assumption that the province stipulated that people would have to come off the housing wait list because the last premier's commitments around housing have all been around reducing the housing wait list. And yeah, so it's interesting to hear. I think certainly it would make a difference for people, accepting a benefit that would help them now. But it also speaks to the challenges of the market, that you could be offered this benefit and still not be able to find a place where you're actually living, without being quite housing poor. I'm going to try to ask some questions that might get some faster answers, and no complaints at all, because this is interesting. But where programs related to homelessness have moved to the Department of Community Services, what does that say about the potential for infrastructure investment in projects at that end of the housing continuum, such as supportive housing, which we hear is permanent supportive housing is something that we hear is needed?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly for the member, I get where she's at. I'll try to be a little bit more efficient. I just want to make sure I get the information properly and get back to her. But I think again, good point. I think that the permanent supportive housing, I think, as I said in the opening, we'll work very closely with DCS around some of those issues. I also think that, and again, not to use this as the parachute all the time, but there is representation from DCS on the Affordable Housing Commission. And certainly this has been a topic of conversation with respect to how we address that. So I think that the members' point about being on that housing spectrum and how we would support that without question, because that's not because the homelessness piece isn't officially under the Department of Infrastructure and Housing. Certainly there has to be supports, and what role we play there and how we work with DCS is critical to make sure we address that to the extent of that we can.
Member?
Thank you. I'm going to jump. I think we're going to be coming up on a break shortly, but certainly one concern I've heard from nonprofit housing providers and organizations that would like to get support from Housing Nova Scotia for investment in affordable housing that will stay forever more affordable than market, is the design of some of the Housing Nova Scotia's programs, particularly the one that I'm most familiar with. It provides a subsidy of $50,000 per door, I think, in a new housing development, and in exchange for that, the program has been designed so that there's some sort of guarantee of more affordability for 15 years. But for nonprofit organizations, who don't intend to then jack up the rent after 15 years, the numbers don't work. The commitment in the first 15 years means or I think it's like that the $50,000 is not enough to build the new affordable housing unless you're planning to then have those rents go up significantly after 15 years. So for private developers, that might make a lot of sense. You basically got $50,000, and you know that after 15 years you can like boost those rents up. For a Northwood or an Adsum, it just they can't make the programs work. So is there is that something where the department might consider developing programs that are aimed at permanent affordable housing, permanently non-market housing, as opposed to these short-term commitments?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, so the first two parts of this. The first one is definitely, again, this is almost the standard opener for my responses, but the commission will be considering this, so that's a given. But I think what the member is highlighting is something that I think we've tried to address, and it seems to be something that's acceptable, whether it be social or nonprofit or the commercial developers, and is the idea of the mixed use, the mixed door, so to speak, facility. So whether it be there's affordable housing units, there's market-based units, commercial space, that we give that flexibility so that at that 15-year point, it's not it doesn't become unsustainable for whoever it is that's managing that particular site. So that's one that, from my understanding and sort of the limited knowledge I have to this point around the details here, but basically there is an interest and an acceptance of that model for all potential suppliers, again, whether that be social, nonprofit, et cetera. So that's really the way we've tried to address that. And that's certainly something that's on the table with respect to, it's great to give that X dollar per door, but then what happens? 15 years isn't a long time in the grand scheme of a build. So what happens then? So that's it's really that mixed use component that is one of the tools that we would have to address that.
The honourable member.
Thank you. Before I ask some specific questions about the Affordable Housing Commission, I just want to understand how it relates to the Housing Nova Scotia 2019 to 2022 action plan. Is launching an Affordable Housing Commission now an indication that the government recognizes that the Housing Nova Scotia action plan did not set us on the right path?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. I'll answer that honestly if she promises this won't go in a political ad down the road. I think I get the point. I think that's fair. I coming here and understanding the complexities and the amount of work, the body of information that we have with respect to what's happening with the housing stock and how we meet the demand for those thousands of people who require safe, affordable housing. There's a lot to it. I think that, as I've said many times, the department is doing tremendous work. When you look at the different silos and what's happening with all these programs that we've referenced, and the member herself talked about, highlighted the fact that there's money there and the uptake's not 100%. There's a lot of gaps, I think, in how we do this. And for me, I could spend every day for 2 weeks with the department talking just about public housing. And that's not dealing with the rent subs, and that's not dealing with the developers, the non-for-profits, the social housing entities. It's not doing any of that. And when you go to those different sort of silos, then you're not addressing the current needs at the public housing level. So I think that there's a lot happening, and there's a lot of inefficiencies. And I think that it's not necessarily that there's no strategy lacking, but I think there's a structure lacking, and we've heaped on a lot of responsibility, I think unfairly to a certain extent, to the Department of Housing, Housing Nova Scotia, and also to those partners, the nonprofits, the social housing entities that are out there. I think that they're doing their best trying to navigate and access the support, and to no avail in some instances, or a long time coming. And again, it's a hard thing to try to justify and rationalize when there's money left unspent. And some of it is again, not multi-year deferral, but others is, if we're not spending 100% of dollars that are out there to support renters or homeowners to the effect that we've sent out thousands of notices and have a couple hundred participating, that's a problem. So I think that I would agree with the premise of the question from the member that the Housing Commission really, for me, is going to bring focus to all of these things that we're doing. We owe it to Nova Scotians from the affordable housing, homelessness, wait list perspective, that at the very least, we build the best possible roadmap to address these issues. We owe it to those people. We owe it to the department staff who are here. We owe it to all of those players, the stakeholders in the housing communities, that are trying their best and are front line seeing the worst of the worst in terms of stories and situations and people living in their vehicles and crashing with people and all of those terrifying things that ordeals that people have to manage because they don't have access to affordable housing. So to answer the question, simply put, I think that is the case. I think that the commission will very much harden the direction so that we can be reasonable to Housing Nova Scotia and the Department of Housing staff and the private sector and the not-for-profits, that we're all pushing in the same direction, because I'm sure some days it just doesn't feel like that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member?
I'm going to jump in a slightly different direction because I appreciate that you do, indicate that you have some real knowledge of public housing and of how valuable it can be. And in my constituency, I have a lot of public housing units. I've got I think 4 or 5 manors and 2 significant family communities. And I would love to see, not necessarily expansion exactly as it is, but like a real look at the potential of that infrastructure, and like tweaking of the management, as opposed to this doesn't work, we don't want to do any more of this. Like, how can we just do it a little bit differently, and also do a little bit more of it? One very particular issue that has been brought to my attention is that when a regional housing authority has a vacancy and needs to hire somebody at the front lines, it often takes management in the regional housing authority a full year to get approval from up the government chain to hire a person. And I'm wondering if you would comment on, I guess your willingness or the government's willingness to try to do public housing better.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I literally couldn't agree more. Again, seeing the stability, it's like they've arrived in paradise for people who get access on the day they move in. And again, I'm using my mom as the example, going from uncertainty and challenging and financial pressure, particularly in the winter, to a safe, clean, well-maintained environment. If we could do that for every person on the wait list, it would be a remarkable feat. And I think that the more we can, the better. This creates, and look, people are in dire straits and situations for public housing, whether it's seniors or family or individuals, and it changes their life, and it gives them that foundation for all the other things that they have to do, whether that be professionally, family, what have you. So absolutely can't understate, underscore, underline the importance and the benefit of public housing for so many people. There is 2, I guess, focal points with respect to that. Again, the commission is working on an aspect of public housing around, what they could recommend to increase the value of it, sort of in general terms. There's also an asset transformation team here at the department, to the member, that's looking exactly at these exact things. So there's so many great outcomes from public housing as is, but with the pressures in terms of adding capacity and utilizing the budget more efficiency. That's not cuts. It's no reference to doing things with decreased staff or anything of that nature. It's just about what we have in terms of stock, equipment, human resources, operational. What can we do to enhance it, whether that be for the experience of those who are there as tenants, as residents, and also how do we expand to add more people? That's really the name of the game. And between those two, with the asset transformation group and with the commission, I really think there's opportunities here to identify efficiencies and be better as it relates to public housing. Thank you. You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Once again, we've reached the time for a COVID break. So we'll take 15 minutes and return at 5:30.
Anybody's asking my opinion.
The subcommittee of the House on Supply will come back to order. We'll go back to the NDP caucus with 25 minutes left. I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just put out a couple of other things related to public housing with not necessarily a question, but I appreciate that the staff are there listening. One is that in terms of seniors matters in particular, I think that there needs to be investment, not necessarily from this department, but from perhaps the Department of Seniors or elsewhere, or Communities, Culture and Heritage even, to have some kind of regular staff connector, navigator in the building to connect those residents with other services, and just to help kind of programs to happen in those buildings. All of the buildings, all of the seniors manors in my constituency have quite large community rooms, and some of them have regular activities, and some of them are only used as poll locations for elections, and it's a real shame. Oftentimes there's like full kitchens as well, anyhow, it's a great piece of infrastructure that we don't really take advantage of. And the other thing I wanted to say is that Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan apparently has a great housing authority, public housing authority that has no wait list and makes money, actually breaks even with its revenues. And I would love to see like a team of folks go from Nova Scotia there to find out what they do differently, how they do it differently. Because yeah, I hear great things, and I think we could do better with that public asset.
Amber, where is that? I know this is unconventional. All the staff have perked up big time. Where is that example? Where did you just say?
It's in Saskatchewan, in Medicine Hat. Not Medicine Hat, Moose Jaw.
Moose Jaw.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, proceed. Sorry about that.
No, I'm glad to connect you with somebody who actually lives in New Glasgow and did her master's research on a bunch of housing stuff. And she has spoken at length with some of the staff there about all of their procedures and processes so that they're, anyhow, it's tickety boo. It could be so much better. Just quickly back to that question earlier about supportive housing. There have been proposals put in front of, I know the last premier, I don't know if it's been done since the new cabinet was brought in, but to make investments right now in new assets to add to the non-market sector, including, potentially a purchase of a hotel or motel that, is currently perhaps underwater, to add that housing stock that we so badly need, to get people out of really critical situations. And I'm wondering if there is some flexibility in your approach to contemplate that kind of investment, in partnership with nonprofits.
Thank you. Just one note to the minister: the staff better not get too excited about traveling to Saskatchewan until COVID is over. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Well said, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that. I'll be with you in a second. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, Halifax Needham. I think it's fair to say, just in general terms, there certainly is a lens for the supportive housing piece and what we do to add those supports again between the commission, what's taking place inside the department, and certainly for with the Premier and myself around the Treasury Board cabinet conversations. There are discussions about what that potentially could look like, and many of the of what has come forth in terms of supportive housing and what we do. It just obviously there's all kinds of signals that the adequacy could enhance, quite frankly, and I know the members familiar. We just the 500K investments in ADSOM and the North End Community Initiative. That's not sort of a throwing up a flag that we're great supporters. It's throwing up a flag to say that when you make investments in operational losses, it goes a real long way. So I think the proof is in the pudding there, and I think that talking about having that budgetary flexibility for the department to do more of that type of investment on the supportive housing side, I think is crucial. To be honest, I would be stretching it if I were to say that the conversations around infrastructure builds for that type of need, I don't think that's too far along at this point. We haven't had a whole lot of specific discussions about that. But again, like the housing stock conversation, I think it's fair to say that really our role is becoming about where we invest and where we partner. And I think that to identify those opportunities is just as valuable for the nonprofits and the social groups that are doing the work. They certainly can do it better, more efficiently, and manage it relative to government. So it's very much an ongoing discussion, and it's not going to stop at a few sprinkles of investments. Thank you.
Member?
Sorry, I muted myself. I appreciated those investments. At the same time, those investments, like the one that you referenced in Compass, all of those projects have been in the works for years. And it's been the province kind of coming in with a relatively modest investment kind of late in a project development process, as opposed to really enabling like more stuff happening. And so I think that there's a role for the province to actually, I guess, either lead or else facilitate others to lead without it being such a slog. And the other thing that I would comment is that, while the Affordable Housing Commission is going to be looking at how we increase supply, that's been like largely the narrative from the government. At the same time, we're still actively losing supply. We are still losing affordable housing. And we're losing it when older buildings are being sold to investors because they see how much other things can go for. I saw an ad in All Nova Scotia this week for a building in the south end of Halifax that is currently a seniors, like sort of a non-long-term care, but a seniors residence. And it's being marketed as a great commercial, multi-unit opportunity. I bet that is affordable right now, and I bet that it's not going to be when it sells. And that's the kind of thing that I think the province should be ready to work with the nonprofit sector to purchase those assets, because the most affordable housing is the housing that already exists right now. It's not the stuff that you start planning now to pour concrete into the ground in a few years' time. Related to how we actually make the stuff that exists now better, Housing Nova Scotia, housing authorities now administer, like you mentioned, 1,100 and some rental units across the province. How much money is invested in upgrades and renovations in this budget?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for that question. The total number for this fiscal is 28 million, and that includes there's a portion of that that's accessibility. So the total spend on the public stock is 28 million for maintenance.
The honorable member.
And we know that Housing Nova Scotia has done some work related to energy retrofits. I saw some solar panels that have gone up on a manor in my constituency. I was really happy to see that. And I'm interested in what Housing Nova Scotia, or the department, I guess, is doing related to deep energy retrofits. So the kind of retrofits that significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions from heating. Has the department assessed how much of their housing stock would be eligible for conversion to net zero ready standards? And is there also a corollary to that? Is there a deadline for making all buildings managed by Housing Nova Scotia net zero ready?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the members. So through the ISIP program I referenced in the opening, there is a part of the strategy. There is an arrangement where over multi-years, the commitment is 22 million for energy-based retrofits and renovations. So at this point, we've identified 187 that will fit into that mold in terms of energy efficiency. Now, in fairness, I don't presume that the members' definition of deep efficiencies would probably hit that. I mean, a lot of it, quite frankly, it's efficiency, and it's invaluable for the people, for the residents, with windows and siding and things of that nature. There is some of those inside the 187. It's not a large number, that it's less than 10 that will be net zero. But those 187 projects definitely do have a relatively stringent set of criteria to meet that ISIP requirement. So we are in the process of those now. And obviously, you know, as sort of a side, it's one of those issues that's cross-departmental, just around what Efficiency Nova Scotia and Efficiency One and all of the those efforts, I think, collectively put us in that direction, and I think it's getting better. But again, specifically, I could say that it's 187 projects under that ISIP funding envelope that speak directly to efficiency with the public housing stock.
The honorable member.
Sorry, so the 187 projects, is that affecting 187 units, or is that like affecting
The honorable minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And to the member, we're going to get back on specifics.
Okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm hoping I'm correct when the department officials come back with this. So it's 187 buildings. So that would certainly imply, and again, I'm assuming and telling the member this, and I'll retract it and correct if it's not the case. It would certainly impact far more than 187 individual dwellings. I know this because there's a relatively significant series of projects happening in Glace Bay that are the window wraps, siding, roofs, and things of that nature. And most of those units are the duplex. So that would be one building represents 2 family units. So I think I'm safe to say, although without verifying with the housing officials in the department, I believe it's certainly more than 187 sort of a net impact. Thank you.
Member?
Thank you. Quest, which is a nonprofit, recently presented to our caucus about the potential of following the energy sprong model from the Netherlands. And I think your department will have had some conversations about that as well. This approach involves kind of encasing an older building with custom-made panels, and it's quick and non-intrusive and highly effective in making buildings net zero ready. A study by Gardner Pinfold commissioned by the Ecology Action Center in 2019 also makes the case that deep retrofits of social housing of this kind would act as a catalyst for the deep energy retrofit market in Nova Scotia and create lots of jobs. Has your department been approached about funding a pilot project for Recover or other Energy Sprong inspired pilots? And what are the chances of that?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the short answer to the member is no. We haven't had anything, not only specifically to that effect of the Netherlands example. And I don't want to say we haven't done anything that's outside of the box, because I think that with the sort of the efficiency criteria under ISIP, there is sort of, you know, the efficient ways of doing things and sort of the accepted construction and retrofit practices certainly apply. But I think it's also fair to say that this type of innovative, way outside the box idea, we don't have any that we could think of in play. And again, I'm not saying this as a general statement of peace and friendship. I mean this seriously. If there was something that came to the forefront for a number of different reasons, I would say to the member, this is the time. Between, again, what the commission's doing, the obvious heightened attention and focus on A, housing, B, efficiency, C, net zero in particular, I think this is the opportunity. So I think that's one of the realities that we've really focused on, those partnerships and working with non-for-profits and those providers that do such great work. I guess the problem is that, and again, I for lack of a better explanation, we're not out looking for those things, and we sort of rely on those groups to bring them to us. That's not fair, because they're up to their eyeballs in what they're doing now. So I guess I don't know if there's a warehouse that we are even thinking of those things. We're just trying to keep as many options open. So if there was something particular, and I know obviously this is a specific example, it's never a bad idea to have this to us and at least consider it. And I think this is the time to start trying these things for real.
The member for Halifax Needham with about 3.5 minutes left.
Okay, that's great to hear. And of course, I'm like the member from Sackville-Cobequid. I've had a lot of different points of contact on the housing file in my 4 years as an MLA. So I'll get used to who it is I should shop these things to and maybe set up a meeting. quickly, I'm excited to see that renters in Nova Scotia may be able to access solar power through virtual net metering, thanks to the new legislation that's coming through. It would be great to hear that there is a plan that renters in public housing could access a solar subscription through virtual net metering. So I'll put that to you to see if there's anything that to come back. But I think I will have more time. But I'd also like to have more clarity on rent control, because I just heard you say until the end of the state of emergency or February 22, whichever comes first. I think that that is a little bit different than what the premier has said recently, which is that rent control is not coming off until after the Affordable Housing Commission reports back and there's something coming. So I think that it's really important that we be clear.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the member, just one data point clarification for you. The 187 buildings represents 3,200 units. Just so you have that for your info. On the rent control piece, I think certainly fair to try to get clarity around that. And again, not to speak for the premier, I'm glad you give him the housing questions in question period, not me. So please continue to do that. You've got my blessing. But I think that where we are is undoubtedly the commission will come up with something and address this. That's the anticipation. Again, not preempting this, but I think that quite frankly, the first touch point around the rent control conversation is going to be the commission recommendations. I think state of emergency is in place. I don't see it coming off in the next month, which coincides with the commission's recommendations. To be perfectly frank, I don't know if the February 2022 date is just there sort of as an outside buffer. I think this, for me, is very much has been tied to the state of emergency. And I guess that gives it the additional runway. But I think that there will be some clarity around the rent control conversation when the commission comes back. Still doesn't mean that the day they come out, if there's a recommendation one way or the other, that means rent control is addressed immediately. So I think it's more, really tied into the state of emergency. But as we've said many times, in my view, what the commission comes back with is really gonna win the day from that perspective and across the board, really, when it comes to their recommendations. Thank you.
Order, please. The time for the hour for the NDP caucus has expired. We'll go now to the Progressive Conservative caucus again. I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to open by thanking the minister and his staff there with him for being available this afternoon. But more importantly, I want to thank the staff that work in housing down here in Northside Westmount and all of the CBRM for that matter. Their tireless efforts, and they've got their work cut out for them. But Mr. Chair, I want to talk about the communities here in Northside Westmount. And, there's been continuous housing shortages here for many years. And I honestly have to say it is the number one issue that I receive calls about. And, many of these callers, they're desperate. They're facing situations where they're having to leave their current residence for a multitude of reasons, from their residences being condemned to rodent issues, health hazards, fire, homelessness, what have you. When these individuals call the office, they've done their homework. They've already approached housing. They've been told that there's waiting lists, that there's no vacancies, no housing units available. And then when they call us, they rhyme off a number of units that are vacant and have been for an extended period of time. Mr. Chair, these units, they're sitting vacant for months on end waiting for the necessary maintenance to be done on them so they can be put back into service. So my question to the minister through you, Mr. Chair, is could the minister detail what kind of steps are being taken to accelerate the turnaround of these units? And will the department be hiring the additional maintenance staff so that Nova Scotians in dire need of housing are not left homeless while these units are sitting empty in the community? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and like you and myself, but certainly for the member in Northside Westmount, the public housing stock and the sort of the reality and the impact on every community is different as you sort of get up through the island and then certainly onto the mainland. And I'm learning about the different way that public housing functions. And again, the overall sort of foundation of the supports they give in different places. I'm acutely familiar with how it works in Cape Breton, and I know that the member who just asked the question from Northside Westmount is in very much the same place. I think we have you can change the names and the addresses, but it's pretty much the same calls. And as I said in my opening, I don't know if he heard that or not, but it's also my top issue as well. With, you assume it's healthcare and DCS, but for housing, we get those calls of I'm sleeping in a car and I'm at on my child's couch in the basement and these things. So it's very much an urgent issue for those callers who reach us. And again, all the same frustrations of people have an inventory probably better than the department when it comes to vacancies inside the public housing sector, both at the seniors complexes in some cases and in the family units as well. I can tell you that as again the member would know, there are it's a remarkable experience and comfort for people who get these units, and that's for the reasons of what the criteria is for allowing someone to move in. So when it comes to the maintenance and the work that has to be done around just the cosmetic stuff, the aesthetics with the walls and the ceilings and the flooring, the appliances, the plumbing, the electrical, there's obvious standards, and I know that I'm very certain that the member is aware of those. But so there are those frustrations. Again, the member and I know many of the same players who bend over backwards to support the tenants, the residents, and it's a very time-consuming, labor-intensive occupation in terms of getting those units ready. So when people see vacancies at a particular place, they think it's just sitting there with the door locked, waiting for someone to move in. But oftentimes, the staff are stretched trying to get to that particular address to make sure the upgrades take place so that it is not only acceptable, well, first and foremost acceptable for the tenant, but that meets the criteria and the required checklist in terms of the housing arrangements and the national strategy. So as far as staff goes, that's always been the question, always been the if we had more staff, could we do this? I think that very much what's happening now with the I referenced to one of the previous questions for the honorable member, that there's an asset management group here inside the department, along with the Affordable Housing Commission. And between those two entities, we certainly anticipate that there will be some suggestions around where we go from here. I believe there's significant efficiencies to be had in public housing. That is not a reference at all to the staff, not at all a reference to the managers and the people who make this go. They do tremendous work, and they're stretched really thin, and they're good to the people that live there. So if there are required resources in that operational sense, in a human resource sense, that's obviously something that we'll look at. If it becomes about the capital and there's ways of efficiencies there, we'll look at that too. So I think that this is the perception sometimes that these places stay vacated and empty forever. But there's also some fact there. And I think that if it's an issue of getting the horsepower to get in quicker and get these units up and ready, then obviously that's something that we should be looking at. So we'll wait to see what the results are for the commission and the asset management group, and then we'll certainly act when we have a clear line of sight. Thank you.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the minister for taking some time to respond to my question and provide some clarity and some background information surrounding it. That's it for me. I'm going to pass it off to my colleague from Truro, Salmon River, Bible Hill. I think I'm reversing.
You almost got it. You almost got it. We're going to change up that name. I'll tell you. I'll have to shorten it somehow.
I recognize the member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, and to the department staff and preparation for this. These sessions are what I'm learning, grueling for the minister for sure, and the department, but lots of opportunity to ask good local questions, and I have a few. How would you prefer, Minister, around infrastructure versus housing? I only have a couple of questions. What would you prefer? How to roll?
I think probably, if it's okay. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair. We're all here. If you want to do the housing first, that makes sense. But whatever you're comfortable with, honorable member. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the minister. Housing. I know there's been lots of discussion around rent control, and I guess my question is, it's currently in place. What's the department or government's plan after the state of emergency, and will it remain in place? And if so, then what's the strategy to support the developers and increase supply, especially with the rising costs in supplies? Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr.
The Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member. And I've heard from a number of people that live in the Mount Tom area, and they're furious that Mount Tom's not in the name of your constituency. So you might want to add a few communities to that. I'm kidding, of course. It's certainly a good question to the member, and off to a good start for his time here in the legislature with estimates. This is a question, and I know that through listening to the Premier and myself, at any chance the member and the members on the subcommittee would have had around this topic of rent control. And a number of topics that we have discussed and will discuss here this evening. The work of the commission is really going to determine a lot of this, and it's not. I don't want this to be ever received as kind of a hollow, deflective answer. We're going to prejudge and preempt their work if we do anything before they come out with the recommendations, and they're a month away. And there's been, I can tell you honestly, there's been a push even from people from members in our own caucus that we should do X and Y immediately around housing to accelerate the quote unquote supports or efforts being done by government. But I think that this commission, when they lay out their recommendations, is going to change the landscape and the direction of housing as it relates in Nova Scotia for generations. I really do. It's going to long outlast this particular government and many future governments. That they're going to set the map, the roadmap for how we do this, and I've got full confidence in them. And I know that the topic of rent control is one of those. So we certainly, for the member, once we get those recommendations, we can circle back on this one, and obviously he'll have that opportunity to reach out directly to me or to the Premier's office, etc. But on the topic again, I just had a little bit of a back and forth on the details of rent control with the member for Halifax Needham. So essentially, rent control is in place while the emergency order is in effect. There is an established date of February 2022 when it would come off. That's if the whatever comes first, the emergency order is lifted or that date. But also, again, to be clear, a lot of the direction around this and many other policy pieces are going to come from the commission. So we'll have an absolute better picture of where we stand on that as a provincial government, that it's housing policy, once the commission reports back. Thank you.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Minister, for those answers through the chair. My next question is still in the housing side of it. Our local community with stakeholders such as the United Way of Colchester, Truro Colchester Economic Partnerships, or REN, municipalities, community members, as well as myself and my colleague in Colchester, Muscatava Valley, have participated in a affordable housing assessment that they're doing right now here locally, which is fantastic. We have approved here, just in Truro alone, we have over 1,000 units coming to Truro that have been approved. So it's exciting. That will free up some supply, I think. But again, it just goes back to that question that I had initially around rent control and where that's going to go. So anyways, I'm gonna jump ship here and go into infrastructure. A couple infrastructure projects that one that I'll continue to beat on, because I think it's an opportunity here in our community with the TAC revitalization project. And I guess my question to you, Minister, through the chair, is what is the level of I guess dollars as to when it goes into your department for consideration? I talked to the Minister of Community Culture and Heritage, the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. Now I'm passing it over to you and see where that lies, because I think it's a great community project. Again, the Minister of Community Culture and Heritage did visit our community back in November. And met with the municipalities and the stakeholders, including as well as myself and a few others. And I can't say enough about this group. They've been at it for 5 years. We're seeing some exciting things happening over the last few weeks with projects up your way with baseball fields and accessibility to those fields and all that good stuff. And I think really this is an opportunity not only for my community, but for the province as well. We're in the hub of Nova Scotia, right in the heart of the province. We're a gateway through to the Maritimes, and like I said, it's an infrastructure project that is exciting for our community. There's a lot of talk about it. It's just a matter of getting the commitment from the province. And according to our current MP, she tells us she's waiting on the province to give the directive, because the federal government has the reserve in place. So that's, I guess my question is really surrounds the project, but also the level, the dollar figure level when it transfers over to infrastructure into your department. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the honorable member, I just want to get a little bit of clarification, and then I've got the infrastructure folks in here. So what I'm thinking as he's talking was actually one of my very favorite senior baseball fields, the TAC grounds. That was football, and there was the football field, the baseball field, the children's playground. Is it that specifically? It's not.
It's that one specifically. I don't know how many home runs you hit out of there,
not many.
Minister. I've only had 3, so
not bad.
That short porch down right field line.
Yeah, that's right. So it is that. Is it that entire precinct? It's that area.
Entire area. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be right back to you, honorable member. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just with the infrastructure to the member, our infrastructure group here, that our base here, that we really only have direct touch points with respect to infrastructure that we own. So that certainly would be through CCH and other departments. just in terms of the collective. But I'll tell you what, for the member, if I've just experienced this actually with his caucus colleague from Northside Westmount, also the Hawksfield and the Susan McCachran. So if he wanted to get together and just have a discussion, just if you want to get me some of the details, I'd be happy to try to help out. I think I've got a little bit of a body of experience with these particular things. I think that's a tremendous facility for how challenging it was to play baseball there with the track running through it. It was always impeccably kept. It's just a great field and in a great location in Truro. So if to the member, if I can help just sort of tighten the bolts on this, and I'll certainly talk to the minister of CCH. But if you want to give me just a little bit of a picture as to where that project is exactly, I'll do what I can to help just on a personal note. It wouldn't be through infrastructure, but I'd be happy to do that, because I'll tell you, with the projects that we've seen, they really matter. And I know your community would take tremendous pride in that. So.
Member?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the minister, and thank you, Minister. I did fire you off a letter yesterday to your department just to give you a heads up on that project. And like I said, I was involved with the Rath East Link Community Center. My father was the chair of the health authority back when it was the local decision making was happening with the hospital as well. Prior to his passing, a little bit involved in the fundraising of the hospital as well. And I was vice chair of the fundraising with the rec, I guess is what we call it today. And just looking at those two infrastructure projects and what they do for our community from an economic perspective, as well as a community perspective and health perspective and health preventative measures is unbelievable. And like I said, I think this is a huge opportunity in our community, and something that should be really considered by the government moving forward. I think it's definitely huge. So anyways, I'll leave it at that one. And now I'm going to pass my time over to my colleague through the chair from Cumberland North. Thank you, Minister.
I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland North.
Thank you very much. Sorry, let me just put my jacket on. Apologize. Okay. Thank you very much. And Minister, to the chair, I have a couple of questions that are Cumberland North, and then I wanted just to ask a couple of questions regarding more the health redevelopment plans, if that's okay. Okay. So the questions for Cumberland North are around infrastructure. The first one is around the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. The Napan Dam was included in that, and I'm just wondering if there's any update on that work.
The Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the member from Cumberland North. I don't have a terrific answer, and I could be missing this, but I've dealt with that fund a little bit just on a local level, and it's certainly not under the purview of housing or infrastructure. I think,
okay.
If memory serves me correct, I think it was under transportation, and obviously it's not with us, so it's still there. So sorry about that, but I think that's probably your best place to drop that to the Minister of Transportation.
Member?
Okay, thank you. I thought that it might have moved over with infrastructure, so that's why I had brought it up. So thank you. This may perhaps be the same. I was going to ask about the Chignecto Isthmus study that's currently is scheduled actually to be released. The results are scheduled to be released this month. They were scheduled for, I believe, last November, but with COVID, it got delayed. And that's a study that's being done between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and the federal government contributed to the financing of it. And it's going to be making recommendations around dike development for 35 kilometers of dike land along the Chignecto Isthmus. So I was just wondering if that's going to be included under your department, and if so, is there anything budgeted for that?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And no, just checking at first pass here to the honorable member from Cumberland North. No, that's also falls under the purview of transportation and active transit.
Okay.
The honorable member.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, we'll save that for transportation. I was going to ask the minister just a few general questions around the QE2 redevelopment. The staff that are in charge of the QE2 redevelopment, as well as the CBRM redevelopment projects, have been incredible, really working with me and providing updates whenever I've asked. And they've been quite good all along with providing information. So I don't have a lot of questions because they've been so good, but just a general question about that. And who is ultimately responsible for keeping the QE2 redevelopment on track now with the changes under the new leadership, under the new premier?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to the honorable member, it's really it's all basically the same players that you are familiar with. It's the same. It's the healthcare infrastructure division under Nova Scotia Lands. I understand you are familiar with, and you've spoken with John O'Connor many times. So John is still with us. And he's obviously playing an instrumental role, and he's sort of transitioning out, but we keep bringing him back. And a gentleman by the name of Rich Caldry is in his place. So he's kind of the new John, but the old John's going to be here for quite some time as well. He wants to make sure he sees these through to fruition. So it's all the same players, and it's the same. Nothing's I guess to answer the question specifically, nothing's really changed with the new premier versus his predecessor. It's the same body, same people.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as far as the department, though, my understanding was that now it is under infrastructure and housing, but Nova Scotia Lands is still under transportation. Is that right?
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the official answer is half of it. So yeah, so the infrastructure division comes with us to IH, and the other, so the maintenance and sort of the supervisory administrative pieces of Nova Scotia Lands stay at transportation and active transit. So the one that is relevant here indeed comes to the Department of Infrastructure and Housing. Yep.
Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So under the current budget, is there anything, it does have under infrastructure and housing, hospital redevelopment projects, 18 million. So is that specifically pertaining to CBRM, or is it, I'm just trying to get an understanding of what numbers in this budget are pertaining to the QE2 and the CBRM redevelopment.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 18 million is really that's the operational component under Nova Scotia Land. So that's the salaries predominantly and the sort of the administrative functions of Nova Scotia Lands. The actual capital numbers to the honorable member, they still their home base is the Department of Health. So we don't show the capital. For us, it's just that operational piece of the health infrastructure work. Thank you.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I apologize, just trying to make sure I clearly understand. So again, Nova Scotia Lands, would the other portion of Nova Scotia Lands, like Trenton Works, Sydney Steel, remediation of gold mines, Boat Harbor, would those operational expenses be included in that, or would they be under transportation?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member. You're allowing me to learn this as well, so this is helpful for both of us, if I can be honest with you. No, so that those operational funds, they don't show up on our side of the ledger. They're still under the Nova Scotia Lands portion. That's transportation and active transit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member?
Okay, thank you. And then under your budget, it has for P3 contract management, 1 million plus. Is that for CBRM? No, CBRM is being fully financed, I believe, through the province.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that 1 million, that's identified as the P3 monitoring shop. So that's relatively new function that's also under John O'Connor. That is 6 new positions, and some of the operation that would go with that is reflective of that $1 million. And it's to monitor the P3s. Thank you.
The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, are all those positions related to the QE2 redevelopment? Because my understanding is that is going to be P3 financed through P3 model.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct. It's all P3, so it's QE2. You got it. Okay. Thank you.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And last update I had, I believe that the pandemic had only delayed the project by a projection of 4 months, I believe. And there was only small cost overruns, I believe 2.2 million related to some contracts. I'm just wondering if there's been any change or any update on change of budget, projected budgeting for both projects, QE2 and CBRM, as well as timeline. Has there been any significant change in the timeline for either of those 2 projects?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the fundamental answer is there hasn't been significant impact on timeline or budget. I think that, and again, not foreshadowing or softening a blow of a potential cost or time overrun. Just sort of trying to give as fulsome answer as I can to the member. I think that in everything with a lot of these projects, particularly of this magnitude, there's almost a COVID delta. So if there was an impact by timeline and by material cost, I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think anyone would be completely surprised by that. However, just to be crystal clear at this point, as we sit here today, there's no indication of either a cost overrun or an impact on timeline as it were. And again, relative to some of those other projects that had timeline overruns. Yeah. Thank you.
Member?
Thank you. And just as I finish off, I want to thank the minister for that. I wouldn't mind just reverting back to Cumberland North for just a moment. So there's a couple of fairly big projects happening here, and I don't know if they are through health now or if they would be through infrastructure. So they would be the Pugwash Rebuild Hospital. And then also, I think my understanding is they're under Department of Health now, but I was just curious. And then also the renovation of the emergency room department at Cumberland Regional, with those in the dialysis unit, like the infrastructure costs, would that be under your department or would that be under health?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, they're now under us, to the honorable member. So they're entirely under infrastructure and housing. Yep, you got it. Thank you.
With that, folks, we've once again reached our time for a COVID break, 15-minute COVID break, the last one for the committee for this evening. So we'll return at 6:45, and the PC caucus will still have 25 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague from Cumberland South will be taking over.
The subcommittee on supply resumes. We have 25 minutes left for the PC caucus, and then we move to the NDP caucus. I recognize the honorable member for Cumberland South.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Good evening, Minister. Can you hear me with your new computer? Not sure if the minister can hear us or not.
Minister, can you hear?
Jeff McClellan, can you hear?
Oh,
Jeff
fuck.
McClellan, can you hear us, bud?
Hello?
There you are.
Abby? Hello?
How's that, Minister?
How's that? How we doing?
We can hear you now.
I was just gonna keep fiddling with it, pretending it was broke just to work through the hour, but I guess you got me. Ready to rock, Mr. Chair?
You okay to go on, Mr. Chair?
You ready to go, Mr. Chair? You're on mute. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess give regards or thanks and congratulations to the minister. I think you're in your last hour, or quite possibly your last hour of estimates. So congratulations on your next chapter. Wherever you're going to move on to afterwards, it'll be a different legislature without you, and all sides of difference. Your face will be missed. I know that by many. So, but on to just one quick question on infrastructure, and I think you may recall in 2018, on the eve of a by-election in Cumberland South, there was an announcement of a new elementary school to come to Spring Hill, and this was a school that was promised back in 2013, and long awaited. The announcement came in 2018, and even longer awaited. We finally heard the announcement of a site in 2020, and recognition where recognition's due. I worked very closely with the past Minister of Education and worked very hard to get this pushed through. But since 2020, I know there's been committees set up, but there's been a little bit of silence the last few months. And I know there's been changes within the government structure. And I guess tonight, for an easy question for you, I'm just looking for an update and to see when we can expect to see some tenders going through so we can get the shovels in the ground.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for Cumberland South for the kind words and the send off. As I said to him on a personal note at the beginning of estimates, one of the downsides of this final session for me is that I don't see anybody really other than the few soldiers who are physically in the House. So to him and to all of his colleagues and all of the MLAs, it's been a pleasure without a doubt. And I'm sure we'll run into each other again at some point. Won't be politics, but maybe it'll be at a different level, a different profession. But again, all seriousness, thanks so much for that. I think it's probably relatively good news for the member. I've got the staff, the infrastructure leads here with respect to that particular site. The steering committee is working as designed. They're working through the issues and the topics in terms of what's required in that school and what that's going to look like. Moving on as planned. Certainly realize it's a little bit of an ambitious timeline, but for the member, nothing's changed in terms of that overall finish line being an open for September of 2023. So all indications now, and again, are one thing about the infrastructure folks, they err on the side of caution and very conservative and averse in terms of giving expectations that they can't meet. So if they feel confident that September 23 is the landing spot for the official opening, then I'm confident in that as well. So that looks to be where we are at this point. And back to you, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Member?
Thank you very much. And I thank the minister for that update. And maybe I'll bring back the Minister of Education, because the date that we did talk about was originally September 2021. And then it did get moved to September 2022. And I know when the minister spoke with local media in the spring, it was still a hopes for September 2022. I'm still going to ask for September 2022, but I did see it in the provincial documents in the capital plan where it was moved to September 2023. And we can appreciate the last 12 months were unexpected, and there were issues that did hold up a few things. I do appreciate that. And with that, maybe one sub question to that. Can you expect when we would see in a build that's going to move into in September 23, is there any anticipations when we'd start to see some tenders called or a shovel in the ground? I guess just to put that final touch in it, so residents do see something that was promised many years ago come to that final stage.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member for Cumberland South. There certainly will be a significant level of activity, probably getting into late summer. There actually is, and Gerard and the team at infrastructure still finalizing some of the numbers, but there certainly will be a significant injection in terms of the dollar amount for the cost of the project that you will see physically in 2021. So you'll start to see the tenders, and you'll certainly see the work being done to the site easily by late summer, early fall. So obviously working backwards, you'll see some of that tender work active leading up to that point. So for you and for the residents, honorable member, you'll be able to witness it and certainly put minds at ease that it's coming to fruition, and that'll help ease that anxiety about the timeline. So you'll see physical activity by the end of the summer.
Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the minister very much for that update. It is certainly welcome news here in my office this evening, and knowing that there'll be tenders called here within the foreseeable future, it will certainly put many minds at ease here in the Spring Hill area for the student, staff, and the residents that have certainly deserved a new facility. So I thank you very much for your time, and I will forfeit the rest of my time over to the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to be back, and very much enjoyed the conversation and the way this dialogue has been going back and forth with the minister. And I'm pleased to see him go, and yet on the other hand, I'm not so pleased to see him go, because there was a lot of work to do, and I'll leave it at that. I want to go back to the financials and the business plan. When you mentioned municipal affairs, I went back to the municipal affairs plan, and it, in pages 19.2 and through the rest, it actually details out more around housing and what was transferred to the department. I see leaning, Mr. Speaker, I see the minister leaning in. I don't know if I'm speaking loud enough or if his hearing's off.
My hearing's off, so you're doing great. I'm just leaning in to make sure I process it. And Lori, who you're familiar with, is also next to me, so she's just doing some data mining as you're articulating. So you're doing fine. You just keep doing it, and we'll get back to you once you finish.
Thank you. So no need to get back to me. I just want to point out for the future, I looked at 19.2, and actually when I look at the new budget for infrastructure and housing, there are 2 lines for housing, only 2 lines, and they add up to about 107, 108 million. When I look at municipal affairs, these are all the lines that were transferred according to their notes. Housing authorities, projects and strategic planning, homelessness and shelters, housing and municipal sustainability stayed. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong page. I'm going back again. Made my mistake. So under 19.3, strategy and transformation was transferred. Stakeholder engagement was transferred. Housing authorities were transferred. Projects and strategic planning were transferred, and as well as administration, homelessness, and shelter, excuse me, shelter programs. And that was on page 19.5. And then under 19.6, there was National Housing Strategy Data Analytics, Building Infrastructure and Assessment, Greening and Sustainable Practices, Real Estate, Estates, Assets, Transfers, Housing Services, and Housing Programs. And so as a member, when I'm looking at these types of things, it would be a lot easier if we had comparables between year to year and even the categories. So I'm glad that you've got some assistance there and they're listening. So in the future, consistency is important because I hate wasting my time and I hate wasting other people's time. And if you can make this easier rather than tougher, I think everybody benefits for it because we can move on to other substantive issues. So I'll leave that with you there. You mentioned earlier about the housing, sorry, Mr. Chair, it was mentioned about the housing continuum and homelessness. So the housing continuum is the homelessness, emergency shelters, transitional housing, supportive housing, those types of things, supportive housing, community housing, and arguably the apartments and what people might call affordable housing, and then market housing in there as well, whether it's home ownership or not. I'm very happy that the commission has been set up. I questioned and was critical before that when it was announced November 25th of last year, that it was so late. I've talked in my short tenure here to previous ministers of all political stripes for the last number of years on why it is that we came to be where we are. Because when you're taking a look at the future, beyond a 4-year cycle, and you have a strategy that's set and implemented, then we truly are looking at what can be done to improve the lives of our citizens who are currently living here, as well as those who are coming in. We talked about immigration, and it's a wonderful thing that soon we'll be reaching 1 million people here in Nova Scotia. They need a place to live. People who are moving to Nova Scotia need a place to live. And those with the means are really now purchasing and gobbling up, if you will, what they can afford, forcing citizens who have been here and residents who have been here for quite some time to move a little bit downscale, I'll put it that, or a bit to the left. And eventually, we're going to find that we have more and more people who are relying on social services, who are relying on the helps of their neighbors and others, the help of the not-for-profits, the other organizations. And that's what we're seeing now. We've reached that stage. So I am very happy that the commission, who is made up of so many people and so many disciplines who have seen that whole market. And to this point, I don't believe that there has been a synergy between all those groups. And I don't believe that there's been a will by any of the governments, regardless of political stripes, over the years, to foresee this and to make that happen. And that's unfortunate, and we can all wear some of that. But on a go-forward basis, I'm truly hoping that the work of the Housing Commission does come about, and I, like hundreds of thousands of people around Nova Scotia, are going to be looking forward to that report and seeing what it says. So, having said all that, my question would be now focused a little bit more on public housing again. So I'm a fan of public housing. I'm a fan of government doing what they can along that continuum. I truly am, and to do a good job at it, which we've already acknowledged here this evening that a lot of our employees and groups are really involved in. When I take a look at the Housing Nova Scotia consolidated financial statements, and if anybody's looked at these, you will know that these are audited statements, and it's audited. Grant Thornton has audited. We have our own deputy minister, as well as the CFO for Housing Nova Scotia, affixed their signatures to this. And it's a very good document. If you are looking for light reading before you go to bed, it's one of the finest, but not really. One of the things I noticed in here is municipal revenue. And if that's on page 16 of those statements under section 13, it talks about municipal revenue. Now in HRM, I'm not sure if HRM pays into that or not, and if so, how much. But I wonder if the minister, Mr. Chair, would be able to elaborate on the role that the municipalities play financially in bringing forward revenues. Last year it was 9,010,000. Just how that revenue is obtained and what the municipalities, and yes, municipalities have citizens the same as we do. They're all the same citizen. But why is it that the municipal units are contributing to housing when it is a provincial responsibility and of the nature and the magnitude that they do? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the honorable member for the question. I think that your preamble ties nicely into the subject of municipalities. I think you referenced two words, and I'm like-minded in those: the synergy and the will. I think the synergy is a sort of a shared responsibility, and I think that the will is largely a government responsibility. So I think that when you as we've discussed, and as I said publicly, and certainly over the 3+ hours here, this is such a complicated beast and such a big problem. The siloed reality of it makes it impossible for the housing advocates, the non-for-profits, the private sector developers, our people, the department, to ever put a dent and as much good as they're doing with the programs, to ever really put a blanket around and knock down this wait list and get it under control and keep it there. And I know there's external factors, population demographics, but we need to provide some of that direction. And I think the synergy and the will for me, and again, I think I'm not speaking for the member, but in our conversations, I'm very much relying on and putting faith in the commission that they recognize these exact things. Look at the membership up and down the commission's list. That's not in any way weighted to one stakeholder group, one interest, one level of concern. It's very much shared, and I think that what I'm understanding, we're very hands off and allowing the commission to do its work, but they're finding common ground, and I can tell you that there's not going to be anything that comes out that's going to be in complete lockstep, but with everyone. But they all recognize that this is critical work. We've given them the message and the mandate that what they put together is going to be the blueprint for housing for a long time to come in this province. That's a big responsibility, and they don't take it lightly. And so for us, not meddling and not picking and choosing and giving them the freedom to do their work and come back and give us the roadmap is exactly where we want to be and have to be. So any sort of inklings or yearnings to do a one-off housing policy here and there just is not a good move. And I'm talking about us as the government at this point. So I'm not suggesting anyone has told us to do that on the opposition side. But so I think that we're going to get some significant clarity around the direction when the recommendations come in May. But then it becomes about the framing and the shape and the foundation and the structure that allows those recommendations to be implemented and take effect and have an impact. So one of those partners, and this is of no surprise to the member from Sackville-Cobequid, is the municipalities. And the segue to his question is very legitimate. We're not going to solve the housing challenges without not-for-profit groups. We're not going to solve it without developers. We're not going to solve it without partnerships with the feds. And we absolutely, at the same level, we need the municipalities to be part of this with us. So anytime you talk about housing moving forward, what we do and how we do it, there's absolutely an element and a role to play, an important role for our municipal units here in the province. What we collect as revenue from the municipalities under the housing portfolio is $12 million per year in total. And what they, the member probably knows this detail, having served municipally, this $12 million is part of 650 of what are referred to as handover agreements. So historic agreements around facilities, land, etc., parcels assets that were agreed upon to be shared at a certain percentage, 12.5% of the net operating losses for those. And that's basically in place until such time as to those assets are decommissioned, retired, what have you. So that's the genesis of that 12 million number. Obviously, what that number looks like depends on that particular stock that's under that 650 individual agreements at 12.5%. Again, this is more anecdotal. I'm not speaking from the department or the housing authorities as the overall entity's perspective. I don't think that there's been an incredible, significant lobby from our municipal units to eliminate that number. They certainly understand and recognize where it comes from. Could we be of assistance financially in removing these things? Would they take that? Of course they would. But I think that municipal units understand where that is. When we understand where it comes from, we deal with those 650 as they expire. But also, I think that the municipalities are very much
order, please. I'm sorry to interrupt, Minister, but the time for the PC caucus has expired, and I want to recognize the NDP caucus. We have 35 minutes left, but I request that you leave enough time for the minister's closing remarks and to present the resolution. maybe the minister can give an indication as to how long it might take for his closing remarks, etc.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You can listen to my responses. I think it's probably an hour, Lewis. What do we got left? Now, 4 minutes is fine, 3 minutes. The resolution's a couple lines, so I'll just push up against that 45 minutes as close as we can, or 35 minutes as close as we can. So a couple minutes would be adequate for me.
Okay, thank you for that, Minister. So if we can agree, we'll go until 7:40 with the NDP caucus. And again, I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump around a little bit, to be frank, but I wanted to ask about some information that we got through a Freedom of Information request, asking for a program evaluation of the portable rent supplement pilot. And so this would have been sort of, I guess, a bit of a dry run for the targeted housing benefit, which, as we discussed last hour, is having only kind of so-so pickup. And one of the things that was mentioned in that program evaluation was that participants identified that uncontrolled rent increases were the underlying problem, were an underlying problem in their quest to find and maintain stable housing. And so, you know, they were identifying that with rent increases, you know, in the market in general, having the portable rent supplement wasn't adequate. So I guess my question is, did the department anticipate, or ought the department have anticipated some structural problems or inadequacies in the Canada Nova Scotia targeted housing benefit?
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank the member, of course, for the question. The staff certainly was engaged around with a policy lens around this. And I think, again, this wasn't what we just discussed, but going off memory, there was an element of adjustment around the policy from this at one point because of some of the factors that were evident in the rent supplement program here. So the two key pieces, I think, for the department as they considered what would be the greatest impact for this. And by the way, there's about a 75% uptake on this from the renter stream. Certainly the homeowner stream, as we've identified, we've got some work to do there. but the renter stream at 75%, and I gave the member the number earlier. I think it was 1,600 plus. But two, I guess, values or two considerations on the policy side to sort of address the member's comments. The first one is that the supplement is indexed or tied to average rent. So if there's an increase in the average rents, then there's an increase in that supplement. And secondly, one of the pieces was around requirement was around the portability. So this doesn't go to the landlord. This is attached to the renter. So again, I'm not suggesting this is a happy rainbows and puppy dogs scenario, but if by chance there is rent that's jacked up, this supplement would be tied to the tenant. So not suggesting that it's easy for them to leave and pack up and find somewhere else, but that's a reasonable option to have. So it is portable to the tenant, not tied into the landlord or the particular facility. Thanks.
Member?
And we've already talked about rent control, and obviously, the earlier versions of rent supplements that have been allocated over the past number of years have all had rent control built into the contracts with the owners or landlords. And so I think having market-wide rent control would be important for the long run kind of viability of this support for rent supplements that are tied to the tenant instead. But I know that is, the clarification on that longer run rent control scenario will come with the Affordable Housing Commission, we hope. Another thing that was mentioned in this program evaluation was that the portable housing benefit didn't account for the higher costs of spaces with accessibility accommodations. And approximately a quarter of clients self-identified as having a disability. Have changes been made to address this at all with the Canada Nova Scotia targeted housing benefit, or I guess elsewhere in the department's programs?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member from Halifax Needham. A couple things I think that first and foremost, as that we've said, and it's not a shield, but it's where we are with respect to a lot of the policy and the investment as we try to adapt and pivot and recognize issues inside the policy and the investment envelopes. And again, of course, awaiting the Commission's direction on a number of things. This is one where, with the portable housing supplement being, obviously only in motion for 6 months, always conversations like this and information around what could enhance the application and the uptake of those programs is very relevant. So, we'll obviously having this conversation. It's something that we can have on the radar screen. There are other supports out there with respect to accessibility with grants. There's also actually a non-portable option for this particular program, where if there's designated accessible locations, there could be a non-portable rent supplement support tied to that directly. So point taken. I think that obviously there are some measures in place to try to help with the accessibility piece. So I recognize that there may be some work to be done there. Also, one of the things, and I'm jumping off here, just because I appreciate the member and her caucus colleagues, leader in particular, who have spoken a lot about rent control. And I don't want this to be a big issue that's a subject of emergency debate and question period, because I'm asking a question here. But I'm speaking for myself, not for the Premier, not for the department. But there's no philosophical reason for any policy or program or investment to just be off the table because it doesn't make sense, just because it doesn't make sense. That's an asinine approach for any government to have this day and age. I just, for me on the rent control piece, and look, with respect to the COVID emergency order and sort of identifying a necessity to keep the inflation around rent from taking place over a set number of time as we're under a provincial emergency, all those things notwithstanding, but the general policy of rent control, I don't need the member to answer, but I just want to put it out there, and maybe we can have a huddle about this with her, and if it's the leader or the House leader or members of her caucus. I just haven't seen any body of information that suggests that there's successful models of rent control out there. Again, this isn't a pushback or a challenge. I'm just saying that I haven't, and I don't know. Maybe that would change the perspective. And again, I do not want to preempt the work that the commission's doing. I haven't seen it in activity, in play, in motion, where there's a significant impact. And I think that if there were, we would hear more about it. So you can, to the member from Halifax, you can park that. We can talk about that tomorrow. I just wanted to bring it up while the iron was hot here, just to say that it's not, there's no sort of philosophical pushback. And again, this is me. It's just, I just haven't seen where it's got that impactful benefit for everybody. So I just wanted to add that out of respect, because I know that it's something that is on the top of your list when it comes to housing supports. And I just, if there's a clear example or set of examples where it works, then that's fantastic. And I just like to know more about these things. So that's all. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member from Halifax Needham.
I could talk for the next 15 minutes on that, but maybe I won't. In fact, I think I'm going to speak into supply a little bit about housing tomorrow. So I'll try to address that there. I will say that a lot of the studies that the government has referred to, where, you know, the last premier certainly would, you know, frequently say, you know, rent control doesn't work. A lot of those studies were actually in a very, very different in moment of time and environment, where there were very high interest rates, and one of the consequences of our very low interest rate current moment is that investment in real estate is very attractive, and that investment is not necessarily about adding to stock. It can just be about kind of grabbing stock and sitting on it, and then flipping it and turning it around. And certainly you see a great deal of investment that is not about generating new units. You see more of that investment in environments without rent control, which can in and of itself be dangerous for wages that are not going up, or for people who earn wages or income assistance, or you know, kind of basically pretty fixed pensions, because one of the factors is going up, and the other factors aren't. So anyhow, I won't take up my time answering your question. But I did want to ask about, in terms of the Affordable Housing Commission, you know, one of the things that I've certainly heard is that there's a huge shortage of rental housing, and particularly, you know, adequate rental housing in good repair in rural Nova Scotia. And I've heard, you know, that very specifically from Bridgewater, Lunenburg, around Pictou, like town of Pictou, New Glasgow, and in Inverness. And I have heard concerns that that perspective and people with intimate knowledge of those concerns are not very well represented on the Affordable Housing Commission. And I wonder how confident you are that the particular issues in rural but still somewhat urban, like town concerns around rentals are going to be represented, well represented in the conclusions of the Affordable Housing Commission.
The minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member. And I had a swing and a miss there. I was thinking of an issue that I could get the member to talk out till 7:45, so I went with rent control, but she didn't take the bait. So I'll have to answer a few more questions, I guess. Very pertinent topic and question around the commission as it relates to the housing stock. I can tell you again firsthand, as can the chair, as can your member for Cape Breton Center, and go around the table of those who aren't in Metro. We have the issues around affordable housing and rent and rentals and such, but it is the complexities are just different. They're not better or worse; they're just different. The housing stock and what people rent and the conditions in which they find them are varied, and people are in homes and they're renting, but it's not sustainable, and lots of times it's not affordable, and lots of times it's either. So that's certainly an issue. I can tell the member with respect to the commission, there's actually a subcommittee of municipal CAOs, the towns and villages and municipal units that specifically made a presentation on this topic around what are the challenges, because what's the challenge in Victoria and the challenge in Ingonish is different from Amherst, different from Glasgow, and is different from Glace Bay. So having a reflective presentation and baseline information for the commission was critical. So certainly there was extensive focus to try to paint that picture as well. There's also, I know, again, personally, the CAO of CBRM, Marie Walsh, is very attuned to these particular issues as it relates to CBRM, and she's on the commission as well. So just there are some touch points and people with a real understanding as well. That this, although there's rightly so and fairly, there's a focus of the commission in Metro, because this is our capital city and our capital region, and it should be. But that doesn't mean there wasn't a lot of work done to stretch out and reach into rural Nova Scotia as well, with workshops and written submissions and again, having a representation on the commission and the subcommittee that could really paint a picture. If we don't cover every aspect of the housing challenges for every Nova Scotian, then we've missed the mark. So under their mandate, the commission has made sure that their considerations and ultimately their recommendations will be reflective of all Nova Scotians, not just those impacted from an urban perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable member.
Thank you. I saw that the commission struck a subcommittee on data. Helen Lantier, representing the South Shore Housing Action Coalition, presented to the Natural Resources and Economic Development Committee earlier this year and said that many rural organizations weren't in the position to apply for the rapid housing project funding announced by the federal government in late 2020 because in part they didn't have the data that they needed. Can you actually tell me how much of that rapid housing funding might have been accessed by Nova Scotia, either under the purview of the provincial government or under nonprofits? How much of that funding might have been accessed but wasn't? Like, how much did we actually leave on the table, or how much less did we get than we really ought to have?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, so just a couple clarifications here. This is one that is concerning to the staff in the sense that it wasn't the typical kind of we missed out on opportunity. That $500 million national program. So it seems as though the $12 million number is based on what would be, I guess, the typical per capita allotment for Nova Scotia, but that's normally how the federal projects roll out in terms of the funding support. But that was not the case around this particular piece. It was not. We had about 30 days to line up and under a competition that was nationwide. So any Nova Scotia project that we would have forwarded had it been shovel ready and being able to submit in a 30-day window would be competing with Toronto and Vancouver and all points in between. So it wasn't an allotment for Nova Scotia that we couldn't satisfy the criteria. It was a small call with a very short window. And we only had one project that came sort of 11th hour that didn't get in under this particular program. We ended up funding it anyway through our own coffers. So it wasn't, I don't really think it's a fair assessment that we sort of proclaim that Nova Scotia missed out on 12 million. And again, I'm channeling a message from those who live this every day, and they don't get into political weeds, and not suggesting that that's your intent here, but the policy for alternatives piece around 12 million, that's just not the case. We didn't lose any money. We weren't denied any money. We didn't have the opportunity to submit a project within the 30-day window that was provided from the federal government. Thank you. Okay.
Member for Halifax Needham with about 2.5 minutes left.
Okay. I have two different adventures I would love to go on, and neither one can be completed in 3 minutes or less. The CSAP school on the peninsula at Oxford and not Oxford, Windsor and Yonge Street, RCMP, former RCMP lands, pretty significant piece of property. Is all of that property going to be required for the grade 8, P to grade 8 school? And is there, is this the sort of opportunity where the province could be looking at doing both of affordable housing and a school on a piece of property if there is enough space there to do something like that?
The Honourable Minister.
So quickly, remember to get our last question in, Mr. Chair, through you. Yes, you're right. That's a great question and a great observation. That's exactly the preliminary plan at this point. There's still the space after the school. There's still certainly potential for something that would support one of the initiatives that we're speaking of here. So that's certainly a possibility and open to further discussion. And a great observation from the member from Halifax Needham, and move on to your next question if we got time. Thanks.
All right. Well,
we have time for a short question and a short answer.
Okay. Well, the short-term rental registry, you had a hand in that in your last portfolio. I have heard that the regulations or the fees and the registration fines and such are delayed for a year until April 2022. Municipalities were hoping that this was going to help them see what is happening to their housing stock. And there are concerns that not having registration for all short-term rentals makes that data collected much less useful. I guess, can you tell me what has the registry collected thus far? Like, are we getting any useful information out of the Tourism Accommodation Registration Act at this juncture?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So I certainly did have a hand in that, and I need way more time, but I never supported and stood firm on that with the stakeholders around. I never believed in primary residences being part of that registry. I think that defeats the purpose. That's what the sharing economy is. I think everybody else should be under scrutiny and be registered without a doubt. So that's just a quick snap or sort of where I am, where I'm at philosophically on that. That falls under the Department of Business, so I don't have any of those data points. And again, I think that this question deserves a way more fulsome answer. I could give some background, but again, with the data, I think you should pursue that, and it would be easy to ascertain from the Department of Business. So that's probably as fulsome.
Order, please. The time for questioning and debate on estimates for today has run out. So now I'm going to ask the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing for his closing remarks and to present the estimates.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and for your time in managing this session this evening. I want to thank all of my colleagues opposite of the proverbial aisle for asking the questions. As always, I appreciate the respect and the reasonable dialogue. I know that housing is of equal importance and urgency for every one of us. I think that obviously in certain peaks and valleys, it's incredibly intense. And dealing here with our, again, capital region, the pressures are immense. And I think the reality of our demographics and population increases are undoubtedly affecting that. And I really believe in the Commission's work. And I know we're hanging our hat on that in an immense way. And I think that's appropriate given the magnitude and the enormous requirement for government to address the housing issue for as many people as we can. The wait list will never be zero, but it would be nice to be it exponentially lower than it is now, and stable for those who are not on the list, but always face that potential to be in such a devastating life situation. So again, very proud and thankful of the work of the department. They're great people that aren't concerned about politics. They're concerned about people being safe and dry and comfortable and secure in their homes. So if that's your mandate and that's your focus when you come to work, you're doing pretty good service on behalf of the Nova Scotians that are your neighbors and friends and family. So with that, Mr. Chair, again, it's been a pleasure to be here with you this evening, and any follow-up that you need, you know where to find me, and I'll always do my best. It's going to be a long conversation, so we'll make sure at the end of the day we're hearing the opposition input and ideas. And with that, the resolution on behalf of the Department of Infrastructure and Housing, E12, resolved that a sum not exceeding $132,782,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Infrastructure and Housing pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand?
Yes.
The resolution stands. Thank you, Mr. Minister, and to your staff. Thank you to all the members that participated tonight as well. We will be meeting again tomorrow. I just wanted to share with you before we adjourn that we have now completed 32 hours of estimates, and we only got 2 more days to go. So keep a smile on your face and love in your heart. The meeting stands adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, Keith. Good night, everyone. Take care.
Great job, Keith.